We're back for the last time. Welcome back with us. It's Rlcs Apac again for open number 6, and this will be our last journey through a weekend of Rlcs, as it will be for most players around the world, really. It's only going to be, after this point, our major representatives and our world's representatives left, and of course, we still have that to lock in, at least mathematically, for the region. I think the expectations are there, but today is going to be the day, I would assume, where we can say that for certain and join many of the other regions that have their locked-in teams, at least for those top spots. I know OCE has really solidified theirs as well over that last weekend, and around the world, it's just been exciting stuff right up until the absolute line. There's been some much wider margins in previous seasons, but this time around, we're getting close in on things. Boy, Rhino, welcome back for our last leg of this journey. I'm super excited to see this get started, and yeah, I think it's going to be a bit of a chill one today. Yeah,
I think so. I mean, it's our last, unfortunately, I guess in a sense, our last regional of APAC of the season, and it's happening so soon. It's not even July yet, and already reaching the end of the APAC season. It will be our final winner crowned just tomorrow, but we're going to see who makes these kind of big finishes and these big pushes coming to the end of it. But yeah, it's kind of sad that it's ending here, Rhino.
Yeah, it is, and we've been here for the full season, and it's been absolutely brilliant. You can see there exactly what we've been through to get to here, all the way through that first split, and now we come through into the second split, getting ready for the Raleigh Major, getting ready for the LCQs and the World Championship. But yeah, you do get the impression that this is probably going to be the last kind of stop for APAC on this season of RLCS, and that is a shame.
Like you mentioned, though, there is that LCQ coming up as well. We do have the 1v1 open, so it won't be our last time for you guys seeing us for this region. We do have to play that one out. APAC has some big 1v1 players coming out this season that are kind of coming out of the woodworks. I feel like a lot of people haven't had their eye on that, but we definitely have representatives there that are pushing for it. Sphinx, of course, has been one of the big APAC names to come out in the last 2 seasons, and he's pushing for that 1v1 title as well. But yeah, Worlds still to come. That last chance qualifier could be Apac's as well. Of course, that would probably, you would be assuming, if our top team does go out to the expected VP there, it could be Koi. So we're definitely pushing for that second APAC spot.
Yeah, I mean, we've got APAC early on today, just happening now. EU coming up later, and then finishing off with South America. That'll be the same, of course, as well for Sunday. We also quite recently had the kind of mid-season tournament of the 2v2 happening, where it was the 2 Koi players, I believe Bo and Tekos, who actually made a massive run for the lower bracket to win that one, beating Virtus Pro in the grand final. But that was just for the 2v2 off-season tournament. But a good win for them nonetheless. On the other hand, we have to look at the other region. As you mentioned before, Gex, we've already had OCE and NA come to a conclusion, but OCE in particular, I mean, Ryan, I'm sure you're aware as well, it got really close at the end. I mean, we had a Chief versus TSM final, not a final many were expecting, and it was a battle for the major spot. And I mean, Rhino, it was a close affair by both teams, but TSM just came out on top at the end of it.
They did, but if you were questioning the depth in the OCE region, question it no more, because there are seriously a lot of teams competing for those, not just top 2, but I would say top 4 spots. You got PWR and Wildcard just below these 2 teams that we found in the final as well, and even then it's an argument as to whether they are below or kind of on that same level. We've seen loads of different results in OCE. This one was no different, and I feel like I need to give Gex some time to talk about his home region as well, because it was a super exciting end to the season for OCE.
Yeah, I feel like covering TSM has already been done by our resident team streamer there as well. A big shout out there to him. The team streams have been going hard this season, actually. Reducing down our main broadcast for the 2 days have really let some names shine. Australia, OCE has had some absolutely amazing representatives out there, and it's really been representative of those teams. So it's great to see that the opportunity is there, and it's a region that has that depth, like you're saying. I think TSM standing up at the end there, great to see.
It was that upset win over a wildcard that really put TSM in conversation there, because going all the way to the grand finals, beating wildcard, then having the Chiefs in the back line waiting, quite a close one here. On the other side of it, NA, it was the Space Station, the young players of this roster getting their first ever regional win, and a big one at that. Although most of the people were not actually watching the grand final, they were preoccupied with some other things going on in the scene at the time. CJ and Johnny Boy to blame. It was a really good win for Space Station, and one that they're going to go on a pretty big high coming into the Raleigh Major with, because, I mean, they went through the whole bracket. The Ultimates have really been the ones to beat here in NA after NRG, and coming in and sweeping them in the grand final was a fantastic result for Space Station.
Yeah, it certainly felt that way, and people have been talking about Kofa a lot over the past couple of seasons, but he's really stepped into his own now with this SSG roster. Super impressed by him, but not just him. Reveal and Scrib also playing fantastically for this roster. As you say, the young guns coming through, and you do have to say that it often feels like Rocket League is a young man's game, right? The younger players always coming through to usurp the older generation. And when we say older, still younger than me, so me and Gex sat here as old men. But yeah, I mean, Space Station coming through, getting the win against Ultimates, that's going to feel really good going into the major.
I love the depth that's coming out of NA as kind of a comparison to what everybody was looking at them as at the beginning of this season. It was far away the EU storyline. It was the conversation wasn't really there for NA, and now suddenly there's 4 teams to really discuss out of NA again, and loving to see that step up. NRG definitely taking a little bit of a step back, and they're not going to be happy about that storyline, but it's a competition, as it is in APAC. There is our Open 5 recap in front of you now, and you are going to be seeing a lot of goals between Virtus Pro and Movistar Koi in this recap.
I mean, we go from one sweep to another here. The grand finals in APAC, after some incredibly close matches in previous between Virtus Pro and Koi, just ends in a sweep for Virtus Pro, and Koi could do nothing about it. It was a 4-0 grand final, going against the Game 7 that they had earlier on in the tournament, but Virtus Pro, with that win, basically secured their chances at the Major and at Worlds, considering they win just one series for the rest of this event. Then both of them will be guaranteed. So yeah, they're looking at a really comfortable position right now. And Movistar Koi, I don't know how they're going to really respond coming off of a sweep in the grand finals to take them out of contention for the Major.
Yeah, I think there's 2 debating kind of lines of thought here, right? Is that Movistar Koi got absolutely played off the park in the previous grand final. As you can see there, they lost 4-0 to Virtus Pro. However, as we mentioned earlier, the Cash Cup happened earlier this week, and Movistar Koi, they got that bracket reset, and the essentially 6-0 against Virtus Pro. Now, that was, of course, only 2v2. We're talking about 3v3 here. But there is momentum coming into this weekend for Movistar Koi. Off the back of that, maybe Virtus Pro not quite as scary as they could have been without that victory midweek.
Well, they're going to have to be scary again, but we've got some scary names coming up here. It's going to be scary to you guys at the very least, because I've got some trivia for you here in the form of team logos. We're going to be moving into Guess the Player here, so let's get our first one up on the screen here, and let's see what you can get out of this. Who is this player based on these 4? You can answer up in the chat as well. I'll actually get up Twitch chat right now so that I can call you out if you get this right. Yeah, go for it.
I think I know this as well, by the way. I think
go for it, Rhino. You go for it if you think you know it.
Well, here's the thing, right? Is the fact that we had LCT in the last Guess the Player, so it can't be him. Kevin, I'm pretty sure, wasn't on the Locomotive roster, so I'm going to guess this is Ballerine.
Right. Did you want to make your guess, Boyo?
I would have said LCT at first because of the sailing. You remember if Ballerine was on sailing or not?
I think he was.
This is your story here. You've got to. I'm not giving you any help. I'm loving the struggle right now.
I said LCT. You got to give us the answer.
All right.
Eventually.
I thought you said you would have said LCT at first. It is LCT. It is
Yeah.
absolutely LCT again. I'm so sorry, Rhino. You've
robbed.
been done dirty here.
Yeah.
I'm so
we're
sad
not
Ball
done,
was
we're
on
not
Sailing
done.
Esports. How has this happened?
We're not done. There's two more here. Let's move into the second one. LCT for the first one there. Yes.
go.
It does help that
Second
there is a
time
1
too.
in 3 chance out of the current team logo.
Oh, yeah, of course.
But you know that wasn't enough to get Rhino on the right track there. So let's see if we can get one out from this one. I think being that it will be
Oh, I
one of
got
our
this.
first matches up today, you should know that logo on the right.
Oh, this is wins.
Yeah. I also would have said Wines for sure.
This has got to be
Well,
wins.
wins, it is wins.
For
sorry,
me,
yeah, not wins.
for me, it's the Overlooked Esport one
Yeah,
there.
that's exactly where I got it
it's
from.
the dead giveaway, right? It is wins. Yeah, absolutely. Corey Wiener coming in with the second position there for Guess the Player. We have one left. Let's get this one up. I feel like this one might be another one you can nail on the head here. Yeah, our second one with some repeat logos here as well. So here you go, coming on the screen now.
Oh, that's easy.
Yeah,
I thought
think
so.
I've got that one as well.
Yeah. Oh, you give it right on you go.
I believe that's Maxi.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, double down on that one. It is Max U. The 3 Rats logo, you've got a list of names right on the tip of your tongue immediately. Then you see Gaming Gladiators, Elevate, and of course now just recently moving to Kinotrope. This is probably the easiest one of the day here, I think. Max U has been making some big moves, but not one of those names has not been on the tip of our tongue for those rosters. Some really, really big positions for Max U. From the beginning of Apac Rlcs, he's been such a relevant player.
I mean, he's been around since the beginning of Apac Rlcs, since before Apac Rlcs, back in the APL Leagues Pro League we were having at the time.
Same with
Always been a
LCT.
star player. Same for the all the free Rats players at that time. Even for 2 of the Kinotrope players we realised as well. It is a team full of like icon players basically. But yeah, I mean, Kinotrope, realised Matsu and Furlash going on, with Furlash being the only player who wasn't really around from the beginning, but feels like it has been at this point with how much of a statement he's really made in this region. So I'm excited to kind of see how the future of APAC develops over time.
Little shout out there to Rushtil Wanda from the chat as well, who got both Max U and I believe got the one before that as well. No, so it was just Max U as the guest there, but yeah, absolutely locked that one in. So congratulations for getting that right in the chat. Yeah, but we've got to talk about the future. We've got to talk about what is coming up immediately. This is our last weekend. We are moving into the Raleigh Major. Open number 6. It is the next thing up, and guys, I mean, there is one possibility other than Virtus Pro here now. How can it happen, boyo?
It's kind of as simple of Virtus Pro just lose both their series,
Yeah.
Koi then make a run to the grand final, and then beat Virtus
It's
Pro
just
again
that
in a
simple.
tiebreaker.
Just that
That is the
simple.
only way. Yeah, it's the literally only way. I'm gonna give a more interesting question now, I think. So, with Virtus Pro being guaranteed this major spot, basically with 1 win, what do you guys think of the chances that a team like Kinotrope kind of catches up to second place behind Virtus Pro? Because Virtus Pro we know are making the major, they need to win 1 series. But do you think that Kinotrope could catch up to Koi this event? Because they're only 8 points behind, it's not that far.
It's not that far, but if they were on the same side of the bracket, I would say there's more of a chance.
Yeah,
but the fact that
true.
Kinotrope have to play VP first, if they had to play Koi first, yeah, I mean, let's go Commando for that game. That sounds super fun. But unfortunately, just because they are playing the best in the region VP in the first step, I think it's unlikely. But I love the story that you're spinning, and I'd love to see it.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the dream here, that Apac steps up into that second place. We've still got Sphinx, of course, in Virtus Pro as well. He's the golden boy of the region right now. Just can't stop talking about the kid, but he has been absolutely legendary in the region since his introduction, and I feel like he's still pushing forward. We were actually discussing at the LAN, there was some talk about who might be the weakest on the team, who might be the strongest, but the discussion there is so strange when you're just looking at the peaks and the troughs for each player. And I feel like certainly our APAC player in Virtus Pro with their 86 points there for the season here, it's very hard to count him out when he's got such high peaks.
I mean, I think I want to mention, when we're looking at these rankings here, we have Godspeed in 5th place at 27 points. Godspeed didn't make top 16 this time.
Yeah.
Absolutely fell off a cliff. They did have a quite hard run here with pretty strong teams kind of coming up against them, namely Boba coming up here out of nowhere, I would say, with Nai, Peachy and Durku, a team I'm quite excited to see very, very soon. But yeah, a bit of a surprise there that not
the
having
Blue
them make
Torch
top 16.
I know that's hurting you.
Oh, I'm not sure we want to talk about that, Gex, to be honest with you, unfortunately. But something I will say is it really feels in APAC, certainly this split, that we have seen so many different teams in that lower bracket round 1, and that shows real depth in the region, right? That we never really have the same teams over and over again. Yes, okay, at the very top level, there is that expectation. But as far as that lower bracket goes, like kind of that 5th to 8th position, maybe even further down, it all feels very even. It all feels like anyone can beat anyone. And that is a sign of a strong and building region, which is really nice to see.
That's exactly why we've got the reappearance of rounds here. We've got Zen Esports in Wings making another appearance here. But we've also got teams like Boba T and Verstappen. It's a fun one to say, but it's their second appearance here as well. But Boba T, I think, is going to be an interesting one to watch here today. You can see all these teams on your screen right now. We will be starting with our lower bracket, and Verstappen versus Boba T will be up first there as well. But these teams coming in, I feel like one thing I'm noticing is more logos than ever before in APAC as well in this top 8.
I mean, more logos, less rats. So I kind of, I like that we have actual logos now, but I do
True,
miss the free rats logo. Like, it's always a thing that is in my head. But we have the schedule for today. As mentioned, we have Verstappen versus Boba T coming up first, then Zen Esports against Rounds. Then to the upper bracket, we have Movistar Koi against Dream Station. Finally, Kinotrope against Virtus Pro to end off the day. But, I mean, that Verstappen versus Boba T match being our first of the day is the almost full APAC matchup. 2 import players coming in here with Lunar and with Durku on the Boba T side. But I'm really excited for this matchup here, seeing Boba T make it to the top 8 after Nai had the shortest retirement in all of APAC history with a big 24 hours. So, he's classic APAC player there, retires for a little bit, comes straight back into it when he makes the top 8. But no, I'm really excited for this roster here, and I think I want to start with it saying that I'm going to go against the grain here, I think, guys. I'm going to go the way of Boba T, and I think a part of me wants to see Nai and Peachy have a really good run because I've not seen them in a while. So I'm going to go that way.
Interesting. I like it. I will say I just got very sad there because I saw down on the hashtag BT and I in my head went to Blue Torch because we've seen
don't remind me.
Right, yeah.
And it is of course Boba T.
We would have a logo then though.
For me, Verstappen are a really strange team for me because they seem to have really high ceilings and really low floors. Like, they either play at 100% or about 20%. I think today's a 100% day for Verstappen. I think they're going to take it through. Give me Max Verstappen, please.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a close one, though. I've given it the full 7 games here, but at the end of that, Knife Edge has to be a winner, and I don't think it's going to be Boba T this time. I'm going Verstappen as well on this one. I think it is going to be a tough call here, though. It could swing either way, and we've seen Verstappen make it through here before, make it to with a bit of faith. I would love to see Boba T have that step up.
I just got to be different for once, but no, I think to go on the side of Verstappen here, they took game 5. They took Koi to game 5 overtime. They actually previously beat Boba T in the Swiss stage in game 5, so I do think it will be really close. Nonetheless, I think Verstappen have looked really, really good, but there's a bit of hope in me, hoping that Boba T can give it a good series and find a win here, but we'll see.
All right, well,
absolutely
it is going to be the game coming up, though. We've got to give it away to the casters so that they can actually sort this out on the field, really. Like I said, this is going to be a close one. It's got to be sorted on the field, and it's got to be sorted by our two casters as well. Take it away, boys.
Thank you. And, I mean, Rhino, it's always a battle of the predictions here. You're on the side of Verstappen, and I'm on the side of Boba. So, other than the kind of previously mentioned reason of the results they've had so far, what do you think is the biggest benefit coming in for Verstappen? What gives them the best chance at winning this?
For me, I think we're talking about ceilings, right? I think we're talking about two teams that have vastly different top levels. I think Verstappen, if they are firing on all cylinders, we've seen them come together in that way before. And I just think their max ability is higher right now than Boba. This is a relatively new team that have formed. Nai, Durku, and Peachy. They've done great to get to top 8. I just don't know that I believe that they will have that kind of team cohesion to get past a team that have been together for at least a full split like Blue, Lunar, and Risk out.
Yeah, I mean, we had not Blue. We had Lunar and Risk get a top 3 finish in the 2v2 as well, and I mean, that is a big kind of hope for this Verstappen team that they are playing well together in these events, but I don't know. I just feel like this could be the chance that Boba team need to really make their mark once again. We haven't seen Peachy in a top 8 or even kind of close to that in basically a year, and honestly quite similar for Nai. He had his top 2 finish in previous against a player on this very pitch, Lunar, who then proceeded to kick him right after getting the top 2 finish. So take that as you will. So I'm sure there's going to be a bit of a grudge match there. It happened before with Nai and Peachy in the Dreams to Legend roster taking down Lunar just after Nai got kicked. So maybe a bit of a grudge match in that regard. But yeah, I mean, coming in with Durku coming back as well from that 0-6 roster in Split 1. He didn't play for most of this, but he has came for the final regional. I'm excited to see how Boba T perform. I do think they have a lot of upset potential, but I do definitely agree that Verstappen are the favourites.
Yeah, and, I love seeing Durku come in as well, but we are going to get into game here. First game of the final weekend in Apac. It's live. It's Verstappen versus Boba T. And boyo, I think the first game is going to really set the tone for this series as a whole. I'm excited to see who takes this game 1 home specific.
And as we said, they've got the 2 import players, Durku and Lunar, both coming in, playing on the ping, but it's the APAC natives I'm more interested in here. Nai and Peachy, again, Blue and Risk, the young players over here of Nai and Peachy, with the very young player of Risk on the opposing side, with the little bit older Blue there to kind of round out that roster. But yeah, I think the 2 standout players for me are going to be, as always, Risk, and on the other side, Nai. I think it's really going to be a battle of what both of these guys can do. They often match up close, especially in the 1v1s. I mean, quite a while. I mean, I remember hearing that Risk basically was coaching Nai in 1v1s, and Nai has learned quite well from that, getting a top 3 finish in the APAC 1v1 Open back in the where just getting the 2nd place finish. So, really good performances, but Verstappen the one to start things off. A 1-0 lead off the back of Lunar, coming from this pass here from Risk.
Yeah, Luna squeaks this in really nicely at the near post. Nai trying to scramble across the goal line. Just cannot get across, so it's 1-0 to Verstappen, just over a minute played. Still plenty of time in this one, and already I've seen some good things coming through from Boba T. They're not scared to bring out the mechanics. They definitely want to try and bamboozle the backline of Verstappen, and sometimes you just got to drive through them. Big demo coming through from Peachy, but the clearance will be in from Luna. Over to the left-hand side. Steals the boost as well. What could that cause as a problem in the Boba T backline? They do get the clearance. They will be able to fill those boost tanks. And Risk takes it away from a teammate there. A little bit of a miscommunication.
Catch from Lunar at the back line, but Reset gets it past 1. Trying to go further here. The demo onto Durku. It's high for Risk. Shot to net perhaps, but Reset not going to be found. The tap on down will do nothing but give away possession. Blue to Durku once more. Bit of an opening here, but no boost in the side of Durku. Leaves Risk all around this ball. He's a scary mechanical player. He can do things with the ball that you do not expect. A push up field though. Let's see what they can do in defense for Verstappen.
I think you've mentioned it there, right? We've talked about mechanics already on the side of Boba T, and that is where they're going to win this game if they do, is through those high risk, high reward mechanical plays down the other end. Durku going to try and find this shot here. Cleared. Oh my goodness, I thought Blue was going to be able to get to that. He didn't quite get a touch. A bit of a team bump downfield and a triple commit as well from Boba. They're all in an offensive kind of position. They won't be caught out yet as they move the ball from side to side, trying to disrupt the Verstappen defense. In the end, Luna just booms it clear, says, let us out, let us pick up some boost. That's exactly what they do. A demo coming through. The finish not found. Verstappen still only 1-0 up, but that was a dangerous counter-attack that they moved forward with.
Well, I mean, we're talking about mechanical players. We do have Durku on this Boba side. He's really made a name for himself in the online space and TikTok especially. I think over 1 million followers. Like maybe the most followed Rocket League personality on TikTok. That might not be the case anymore. A lot of that comes down to his mechanical ability and the showcasing that he does in that regard. So I want to see that in the pitch as well from him. But right now, Benoit Verstappen in control. The shot coming out here onto net. Diving saved by Lunar out to rest. The pass will be made. He's got time on it. Tries to fake out Durku and that he will succeed. Blue's already up for the dunk. That's a wide open net if nice not to get the touch on it. The pressure persists for Verstappen. They're still 1-0 up. And Boba T is struggling to really get a shot off.
And we're already seeing what I talked about pre-game about Boba T, and something I was concerned about is they are a relatively newly formed team. They might not have those same kind of communication levels that Verstappen have, and we've already seen a couple of double commits, a triple commit here and there. Oh, that's a lovely ball across from Luna. Frisk trying to find the finish, but not able to. And those kind of attacks, those are exactly Verstappen's bread and butter. They are the ones that they often score more often than not, and Boba T being able to stand up against them is a big win, but with only just under 60 seconds remaining, they've got to find a goal if they have something to say about this game number one. That could be an opportunity. Peachy going to be denied at the near post. Nye trying to keep the play alive, dropping it back down. Risk has to get across, and Risk makes the save.
And a good save. Verstappen defense getting tested, and it looks very strong for now. It's a big demo from Risk here. Gives an opening for Lunar out to Blue. The pass is perfect. I go for Verstappen once again. I mean, you see Luna there. He does all the work to get this pass, and he wants to go because of that. But it will go the way of Blue. Luna does try to make the goal steal. Nevertheless, 2-0, 30 seconds to go. And
yeah,
good start for Verstappen.
Yeah, they had to run very, very offensively, right? They had to go quick. And unfortunately, they do get found out. Oh my goodness, an opportunity there for Peachy. Not going to happen. The clearance comes through. Risk finds the pass into the middle, looking for a third. It's 15 seconds remaining. Verstappen, they don't need to over-aggress. They don't need to overextend. They might do anyway. Luna finds his second of the game. And that is Verstappen, 3-0 victors in game one.
I mean, the game looked close until the last 20 seconds, and then Verstappen made it 3-0. 9 seconds to go, and this game is well over. Boba T just couldn't get anything going. They had an attack developed after a while, but I mean, you look at the saves on the side of Verstappen, it doesn't seem like it really bothered them there. I mean, 3 alone for Lunar, and I'm sure Risk and Blue are looking about the same in that kind of area. Verstappen take game one, looking pretty good while doing so, comfortable in this first game. Let's see if Boba T can find a response.
Yeah, they're going to need to. I mean, we can take a look at the scoreboard here, and I mean, look at that performance from Luna in game one. It does seem that when Verstappen play well, Luna is kind of that linchpin. He's the one who's getting a lot of those goals. He's got 100% goal participation in that game. He's a menace going forwards, and Boba T are going to have to find an answer to him.
And I mean, even in the shot department, Verstappen only outshot Boba T 9 shots to 8, so it was a really close affair, but the difference is, I mean, all these saves coming out we're seeing in the highlights just there from Lunar. The shots were being saved every single time that Boba T went for one. Meanwhile, Verstappen didn't really put a shot on net that was particularly easy to save. They always put a lot of pressure on the Boba T side, so finding that game 1 win is a good start for them, and they're looking to do it even more.
Yeah, so as you can see below us, it is Verstappen 1-0 up against Boba T in this lower round one, of course. Lose and you go home, win and you secure yourselves a top 6 position. At the moment, Verstappen, they're in the driver's seat in order to be able to get that over the line. But there is still a lot of Rocket League to be played. Game 2 is going to be coming just around the corner, boyo. And what adjustments would you like to see from Boba T in this game?
I think I need more creativity in the shooting from them. They're taking just shots to net for the sake of shooting on net, and not much has been able to be done with it in the follow-through. I think some more demos could really open up some space for him, or Durku getting an incredible ground pinch could also help, as it almost finds the back of the net. a save will be made in the line, but the pressure will persist. But yeah, I need to see more aggression, I think, from this Boba T side. Verstappen's a fast-paced team, they have to be. And they took benefit of that. They got a lot of demos just from Risk alone, freed individually. I think if Boba T can really get them out of position and make things awkward, that's where they're going to find success.
It's a great save there. And Nye's now going to come back through on the right-hand side. Demoed by Luna. Bit of a double commit from Luna and Risk. The clearance doesn't really find Paydirt. Blue goes over the top. Risk following through. But Durku will be able to get the clearance, and Boba T standing up for now against the Verstappen test, but it was around this time that Verstappen scored first in game 1. Won't happen yet. Nye going down the other end, getting the better of a 50 there. Blue plays it up onto the side, but Peachy keeps the pressure going. Ball off the backboard, chance for Durku. Needs a double. Backboard defended well by Verstappen.
Here's Nye out to the corner now. Risk trying to take this ball away. Needs the help of Blue here. Fakes on fakes on fakes on fakes. The shot to net will just be saved in time by Blue. But Peachy back to the centre. The attack does persist. But Rhino, it's the same tale as before. They've had this kind of persistent attack. They've had a few closer chances this time, but still nothing that's really challenged the Verstappen defence. They've looked comfortable doing so, and Boba T can keep on shooting, but they've got to find something more. They're not finding that final touch of success, and Verstappen can just sit there and make save after save after save.
Yeah, we often talk in football about the need to try and find that final pass. It looks so good in the first kind of 2/3 down the field, and then when you get into that final third, you need that killer pass, you need that killer shot, you need something that is going to stand out and get you the goal. At the moment, Boba T, they've not found that yet. All over the top, Durku trying to find it, but Luna drops it down. Nye was going to be given basically a free shot there. He still does take it. Blue a little bit awkward, still manages to make the save, and Boba T going to try and capitalize on this. It's been so much pressure from them in this first half of game 2. They've just not been able to make it work, and now the clearance from Risk should give Verstappen a moment to breathe and a moment to fill up those boost canisters.
I actually quite liked his decision making from Nye in that previous shot attempt, because he knew he had time on the ball, but he had zero boost, so he quickly kind of swiveled around to pick up the small boost pad, just so he could get a little bit more power on that shot and make it a little bit more damaging and a little bit better positionally. The shot comes out once again for Boba T, and it will be saved away by Risk, but it has been a really different game. I mean, Boba T have kind of suffocated Verstappen for a while now. They haven't had much time out of their half. The issue is that they're still making the saves here, and that Boba T, as much as they're kind of holding them back and shooting and shooting and shooting some more, they're not actually scoring. Peachy will try with Nye to his side, but going for the shot rather than the pass, I think, is a decision which is a wasted chance once more. They've got to add some creativity, add some flair to their chances here, because right now it's too predictable. You can see what they're doing from a mile off.
Yeah, that was a nice attempted pass by Nye, but there was no one on his team who really read that play. I think she sends it over to the side. Nye gonna let it go. Big fakes coming through, but Risk gets the clearance downfield. Luna's gonna try and find the double. Does find it off the crossbar. Blue trying to get a second touch, but Peachy right there on the scene to make the save, and now there's an opportunity. The snipe comes through, and it's too powerful. I thought maybe Luna was going to get back, but Durku, he's found the power from midfield, and Boba T finally have the lead.
I mean, finally they get one after many, many, many shots on net. It's a 1-0 lead here for Boba T. Can Verstappen find a response now off a kickoff, a clean slate to try and get some shots of their own, try and find some pressure, because they've been attacked for 4 minutes straight. To the backboard now, denied by Blue. Here's Nye round the corner, looking for the 50-50, can't find anything of it. Durku against Luna will win by Durku. Follow-up shot, Peachy onto net, that's goal number 2 for Boba T. They're looking better now.
We're starting to panic a little bit here, Verstappen. That's a really bad look for that double commit from Luna and Risk. You've got to call one or the other off there. You've got to have a little bit more team cohesion than that. If you mess that play up like they did, you are just going to get scored on. There's not really anything else you can say about it. So Boba T take advantage of a Verstappen mistake. How many more will they give them in this series? 45 seconds left on the clock. Peachy bumped away. The play forwards. This is more like the Boba T side that we were expecting to see coming out of the group stages yesterday. They're doing fantastically. They are, as you say, suffocating Verstappen back in their own net. And 2-0 up with 30 seconds left. They're going to be feeling pretty comfortable about a Game 2 victory.
Oh, I mean, certainly so, and I do not blame them. They've had a really good game here. It took them a while to get the goal, but when they did, they've looked good and they've looked strong coming out of it. Shots to net will be denied once more, but it does not matter for them. I mean, the ball taken high by Risk will be a pretty damaging attack here, but a save once again found on the line will mean no goals found for Verstappen. Durku tries to make it free just to tie up that scoreline from game 1, but to no avail this time around. The ball will touch the ground, and Boba T will take game 2, 2-0.
They sure will, and I mean, at this point, Verstappen are kind of going to be looking around like, what changed? Boba T, they came out with a game plan in that game 2. You can see it right there in the shots. 11 shots from Boba T to 3 from Verstappen. They found it so difficult to get out of their half. Boba T, they basically just rented an apartment in the Verstappen half, and, well, rent was basically free. They didn't even need to pay.
And the thing to note from that one is Verstappen that game found 9 saves. I mean, obviously they had to make 9 saves because they had 11 shots against them, but 9 saves is a thing that's going to be hard to keep consistent. If Boba T keeps shooting like that and keep the pressure going like that, you're not making 9 saves a game more realistically and winning. You're going to have to do a bit more in the attacking front. I mean, the Verstappen did really well in game number 1. Game number 2, they just got kind of suffocated. They couldn't make it out. They couldn't break through the attack, and they just got pelted with shots and shots and shots and shots. And if that continues, it's going to be a tough match for them here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have to bear in mind right now that this is not the first time these two teams have met in this Open. Back in Swiss, they played a best of 5, which this series essentially is right now after that 1-1 scoreline. And it was Verstappen who won out 3-2. Will that play on the mind of Boba T? Will Verstappen feel confident after that? We will see. Game 3 kicks off.
Game 3 comes to a beginning. We'll see if Verstappen can find a response. I mean, Boba T did a great job after game 1 at responding. Let's see if Verstappen can do the same here in game number 3. As you mentioned, best of 7 now. Basically a best of 5 as it tied up 1 apiece. The Caster Bingo has been reached for those playing at home. Into the corner now from Risk, and a pass into centre would be ideal. No connections yet, but Blue now out to Lunar. Risk is there instead. The bump off the backboard is great, but Risk cannot find his flip properly. Durkud in position now with the pass back to Nye. A bit of a scramble at the back line from Verstappen, but they keep the ball in control. Barely for now, but I mean, a moment of chaos has found an opening for Verstappen.
Yeah, maybe another one here. Risk is going to go over the top, gets the reset backboard, well defended and cleared away. Luna will collect this one, pops it forwards, but it's going to be intercepted. Risk is going to come across to try and make the block. Not going to be able to. Surely the clearance will come through. You'd expect it to happen. Peachy with the shot there. And Risk with the save. Another opportunity, but cleared by Verstappen over on the left-hand side. Trying to bring it through. Peachy will pop this forwards. Demo on the back lines. Nye takes out Risk. Luna, the last man back. Actually, it's going to be Blue to come over the top and send that one away. Nye with another opportunity. Gets the reset, goes low. Maybe wants the ground pinch. Risk sends it away. Peachy still trying to get around the corner. The pinch long. Is there anyone back in defense who can get back to this? There is not. Blue finds a counter.
It's just a long shot on an open net here, and no one makes it back in time. The pinch from Blue, you think for a moment it might be out, but sinking to the bottom corner. It's a goal for Verstappen, and a lead found after 90 seconds gone. 1-0. Verstappen finally find that lead they've been looking for, and they hold on to it this time like they did in game 1.
See, Risk down the left side looking for the ground pinch. Good save away by Durku. He's going to go ahead and pick this up, but back into the middle from Risk. Durku still just unsure maybe of the next steps. He sees a lot of players in front of him. Needs to figure out a way through. Gets quite far down the field, but not quite towards the nets. Luna popping this one high, trying to follow his own pass. Does do so. Peachy going to leave this to Nye, but Risk is chasing him down with less than 3 minutes to go. Verstappen still lead 1-0, but Boba T are pushing.
Where the ball will fall again. Lunerman control to the centre. It's there. The shot from Risk to Blue again. The post and bar being battered and bruised, but away the ball will fall once more. It's peeped to centre, but no, the attack not found. I mean, Verstappen Unfortunate not to be 2-0 up, and Bobateo thanking their lucky stars. It's only one. Half the game to go now, Rhino. This game is close as ever, but it's Verstappen holding this lead.
Yeah, and it's not normally this kind of way that we describe a game as back and forth, right? Normally if we said that, that would mean each game is close and you feel like you don't know which way it's going. These individual games aren't really close. There is one team who is playing much better than the other in each individual game. Game 1 it was Verstappen, Game 2 it was Bobateo, and now in this Game 3 it's back to Verstappen. Bobateo going to try and turn the tide. He's going to try and bring it back and make me eat my words. The clearance is going to come through, and the block is in from Nye. But the point still stands. It very much feels like these individual games are one-sided, but that is what makes the series really, really close.
I mean, keeping it close with 90 seconds to go. The pass attempt into centre, risk denying for now, but the ball still scrambling in front of net. A launch upfield, but a demo onto Lunar by Peachy. Blue will try now himself to the backboard. Risk is there, shot not found. A clear away to Lunar once more. He's stuck at the back corner, needs some help from a teammate to get this ball away. He's heading out to the sidewall now, where a teammate finally awaits, makes some space for him. But with Durku in the pass on out, the pressure persists here as the ball looked to be taken away, but denied again.
Now Verstappen trying to force this one home, trying to get their second goal, and Risk gets a bump play, able to break the sea that is Bobateo, gets the reset, flicks it through, gets the bump on the player coming across, and that is 2-0 to Verstappen with just under a minute to go.
Well, 2-0 Verstappen. Did a good job at extending their lead with a minute to go. It looks like it will be their game. It's high, it's onto net, it's wide from Pichiro. Blue with the clearance out. It's Lunar. Back to Durku. Another attempt to clear this ball away. Pichi will try for a goal, try for a push forward. Lunar denies once again. Another shot from Bobateo just taken away from this net. The Verstappen defense has been super solid.
Yeah, it really has. And now Peachy going to come across. Not going to find anything. Again, a triple committing offense coming through from Bobateo. They know they need the goal back, but they might have left themselves short in the back lines. No, not this time. Peachy sends it long. Risk trying to catch. That is a wonderful, wonderful catch. Playing it to himself on the backboard. He might have lost the ball, but you see the vision and you see what he's trying to do. Really nice work. Not everyone is going to be able to pull that through. There it is. Verstappen able to get that ball on the ground. They take game number 3. And boyo, back and forth we go.
Back and forth we go indeed. Both teams learning from the mistakes of the previous. And this time there's a glaring issue and it stays in the same stat again. 6 shots to 1. Even if Bobateo scored all their shots, they would still lose the game 2-1. So it didn't really matter about all the saves coming out for Verstappen because Bobateo weren't getting the shots on net. That was the biggest issue for them.
Yeah, it really was. They might have felt some pressure at some points, but yeah, nowhere near the pressure that came in game number 2. So it'll be interesting to see again the adaptation between this game 3 and game number 4. Of course, Verstappen do go out to that 2-1 lead. They're halfway there to the series victory. They need 2 more games, but of course, Bobateo aren't going to go away that easy. And we've already seen that this is a super close tie in the sense of whoever scores first tends to win the game, boyo. So if you score first, you've got a good chance of winning.
I mean, whoever scores first seems to not concede any goals that game as well, for that matter.
Also true, yeah.
3-0, 2-0, 2-0. So very, very close in the kind of way the series is going, but every individual game not close in the slightest. Either way, Verstappen is up 2-1 as we head to game number 4. If they win this game, it'll be a match point for them. Bobateo very much want to avoid.
See if they can avoid it. You would imagine if Verstappen do take home this victory, we will have a timeout from Bobateo to try and collect their thoughts. The ball over to that left side. Peachy going to find it through, and already Bobateo, they are on the aggressive. They are on the attack. Can they make it work for them early in this game number 4? Doesn't seem to be the case yet. The clearance in from Risk, but that's 3 men going forwards for Verstappen. They've got to at least make this work. Ball into the middle. Nye will be there with the clearance. Blue almost tried to pre-jump that clearance from Nye. He will still be able to get a second touch away.
Luna onto net, that's just open, no one's back, and Verstappen find the first. It's only taken 40 seconds. But I mean, where's the defense? Here's a double commit from Durku and Peachy, and Nye nowhere to be seen. I think taken away by a bump along the way or something. Nevertheless, it's a goal for Verstappen. They're up already.
Right, well, you might as well go to the winner's graphic, pop this one up. It's 3-1 to Verstappen. That is guaranteed, locked in. Peachy going to try and prove us wrong. Clearance will come through, and Risk picks the ball up on the left-hand side. He's got Luna for help in the middle. He's pre-jumped it as well. You can see Verstappen's confidence rising as the minutes go by. They're just figuring each other out, figuring the way that their team wants to work today. And they are really making it work so far. Oh my goodness, that pinch almost causing problems for Verstappen at the back lines. It does go wide, but there's another opportunity here for Boba. They can't convert, and more kind of opportunities the Boba should be doing better with are just going by the wayside.
To decide here's Peachy now to chase up on this ball. A pass to centre could be damaging. Not when the defense is prepared and the offense having zero boost in the tank. The shot saved again. But the pressure has been this whole series. It just persists. Lunar back towards centre. The Boba defense tried to find a touch on it. Every single attempt denied. I mean, Nye is left alone here with some boost, and he'll make the save on Lunar's shot. I mentioned earlier a bit of a grudge match potentially between Nye and Lunar, and so far Lunar is winning.
So far, 3 minutes still to go in this game 4 though. Durku, we know what he can do when he starts rolling. Unfortunately, that hasn't really happened yet. Luna trying to find it middle once again. Peachy and Nye this time at fault for the double commit. Through from Blue, he gets a win, but is it really a win when Boba are able to pick up possession immediately afterwards? Risk off the left-hand side, trying to bring it through, winning that 50 against Nye. Blue into the corner, Luna coming through, taking it away from his teammate. Double commit from Verstappen. It's a messy game, Boyo, to be honest. There's a few mistakes being made, and not enough mistakes being capitalized on from either team.
I mean, another attempt from Boba to find an opening for just a moment, but the ball bouncing unfavourably means that Durku has to react quickly off to the backboard it will be sent. But the positions from Verstappen are just perfect right now. They're always in the right place at the right time. Risk is already back for this ball, going to take possession once more. A heavy touch up high will get it past one of the Boba attackers. Finally possession lost, this time to the hands of Durku. Off the ceiling, he'll go for the attack. The reset, not going to be enough. Here's Peachy now to try. Off the backboard, double commit and net. Nye one-on-one against Blue. He goes low to the corner. We'll find it. Brute force it all it takes. And Boba tie up the game.
Both teams score in a game. This must be Christmas. There's 1 minute 45 still to go. 1-1 on the scoreboard. And it did feel like Boba were building into the game. Verstappen had kind of the first 2.5 minutes of the game where they were the dominant side. That has started to wane recently, and Boba they finally take advantage of a Verstappen mistake, but there's another mistake, this time from Boba. Risk doesn't have any real boost to challenge this. Will challenge it the second time of asking. Ball played across field. Luna can't do much. Blue pulling it through, but coming from nowhere is Peachy from his blind spot. Now out of the corner, just over 60 seconds to go. Verstappen and Boba. This is more like the close game that we were expecting from these two rosters. And maybe the daggers coming through from Verstappen. Luna takes a shot. Durku with the save. Another opportunity. Luna taking that away from Blue. You've got to question that idea.
I mean, as Luna's finest of ideas is he wants the ball, he'll get the ball. Sometimes it goes favourably, sometimes it does not. And that was one of the cases where a chance taken away from his teammate might not be the ideal outcome. Now he's up for this, so he goes for the shot. Not going to find anything of it. He's got the only goal for Boba this game, and looking to find goal number 2 to tie up the series. A pass is there to centre from the corner. It will go. Nye's already in position. Off the ceiling. A flip reset. Perhaps the shot is there. It goes low. Blue and the line will make the save. A last second hero for Verstappen to keep them tied in this game. Peachy pushing upfield once again. He's got low boost, but he's got teammates up behind him. Bulldozing the back wall, taking out Lunar along the way. But it's once again Blue to save the day.
Doing such a great job on defense is Blue. He's really making the back line nice and tight. Oh my goodness, side flip from Risk. That is A little bit dangerous. Ball played back in. Risk doesn't have a lot of boost. He has enough to push it away. Could see our first OT of the series unless Boba have something to say about it. They're keeping the ball alive.
Unless!
What a save by Blue! He's been exceptional in goal and he continues with that form.
I mean, typically we see Lunar and Risk making these last second saves, but in game 4 here it's been all Blue in the back line. Some incredible save to keep his team alive. Off the ceiling it will bounce. The shot towards net by Durku. He's not going to make the touch in time. A wasted chance and a demo by Risk. Looking for a clear away, won't find it. Here's Nye now. Goes slow, goes high. Shot to net save. The pressure will continue. It's a double commit though. Peachy and Durku, they go for the same ball. It's Risk in the last defender. The bump is all it takes, and a goal for Lunar. And a game 1 for Verstappen.
And I mentioned earlier there weren't enough mistakes being capitalized on. That tune has changed now. That is a massive mistake in front of goal from Boba T. And it will give the game-winning goal to Verstappen. Now, of course, there was a nice play there from Risk to bump the defender out of the play. But at the end of the day, you can't deny that Boba T have thrown that overtime away. Congratulations to Verstappen for taking it through. But now we're very, very even on the shot count. In fact, it couldn't be more even. It is exactly 7 apiece. And boyo, that lends itself to a great rest of the series.
I mean, that scoreboard just defines what Blue did that game. 0 shots, but 4 saves. He was sitting back and saving the team when necessary. And, I mean, it was a lot of time that it was necessary. The only time he didn't really find that save, and he still got the stat for it, was on that goal coming out for Nye. But especially at the 0 second mark, it was an incredible save coming out from Blue. But Risk, I mean, he knows what he's doing. He knows to go for the bump. Punishes that double commit with absolute ease. It's a good game win for Verstappen here. Now Boba T have a bit of a work to do. A match point is against them. Verstappen up 3-1. That's the closest game yet, but it still wouldn't go the way of Boba T.
Yeah, and where before we were trading games, right? One for Verstappen, one for Boba T, one for Verstappen. We've now broken that, so no script in play. And as I say, you would imagine that there will be a timeout taken here, and it turns out that there won't be. So we're just rolling right into game 5. Is that a mistake, or do Boba T know something we don't? We'll find out very, very shortly, but game 5 will be coming to your screens in just a moment.
Well, as we head under the water, down with the fishes for game number 5. It's a very quick feeling series, I must say. I mean, it doesn't feel like we should be at game 5 already, but that we are. Verstappen currently at match point, 1 more game win, and they'll be moving on to lower round 2, and a chance to make a deep run to top 4 if it so continues. But it's Lunar early on looking for the pass. Both teams plagued by double commits at times, and basically it's been who can deal with it better. That's a great on the line save, but it will be punished. Lunar comes diving in. It almost gets saved again. I will give Durku credit, but Lunar not going to let it go so easily.
Diving in, very good. 1-0 as Verstappen do take the lead with 4 minutes 40 left to go. They do like to take an early lead in this series. They've done it a couple of times now. Luna finds the finish, and it will be Verstappen who have something to hang on to. If this scoreline remains, stays the same for the game, and they will be going through to top 6 tomorrow. They'll be sending Boba T out of the competition. Passes like that are very, very strong from Luna, asking a lot of his teammate. They do get on the end of it. A chance at the back post. It hits the post twice. Risk will surely have the finish, and he does. They've doubled their lead, 2-0.
I think Verstappen have decided to win now, because it's just shot after shot on net, and the defense is nowhere to be seen many a time. They'll make it back, but they won't get anything of it. I mean, it's just hard work for them.
There it is. Oh! And just straight away, off the kickoff, Blue able to find this one through, and I mean, it's just a miss. It's just an outright miss on the kickoff from Boba T. This game has started in the worst possible way for Boba T.
And to peel back the curtain a little bit for those not watching on Twitch or not with Twitch chat open, after every goal that's been scored this game, Lunar has just typed in Twitch chat. After every game that's happened this game, Lunar has been talking in Twitch chat. There's a... I mean, surely as an opponent, that just annoys you. If you find that out later on, you see that, how frustrating that must be to see the guy who's currently winning like 3-0 in this game and 3-1 in the series just typing in Twitch chat like not a care in the world. He seems so calm and collected right now and just having a good time. And when he's confident, he plays so well. And I think this team is a team that, I said from the beginning, when they have their ego like kind of at the highest level, they're quite hard to beat. Usually ego's quite bad for these teams. This team fits that kind of mold perfectly.
Yeah. I've got to ask you, you say when Luna's feeling confident. Have you ever known him not to feel confident, Boyo, in all the times that you've known him? I'm not convinced that Luna's ever had a moment where he's like...
I've only been told once by Luna that he thinks a team is better than him, and that was Koi. And, I mean, he did get absolutely stomped by them. But he even thought he could beat Versus Pro 1v3, to be fair.
Yeah, this is a man who certainly does not lack confidence. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, that's true.
He always plays with his heart on his sleeve. He always plays as if he owns the server. And, well, at the moment, he's kind of not wrong. He is currently owning this game, owning the servers. Peachy on the right-hand side. Risk going up to try and challenge him. Peachy will clear it away. Looking for the pass up to Nai, who's already up the sidewall. Gonna take it off him. Looking for the pass back. There's a chance here for a redirect. It does come through, but Luna gets the block away. With half this game played, it's 3-0 to Verstappen, and Boba T, hate to say it, they've not really looked like scoring, Boyo.
I mean, he was a great top 56 player over in NA. He comes back to Apac and he fights to try and get his team to top 6. The shot onto net there will find nothing of it, with Peachy to centre, pass to Durku, shot to net, it was off the post and in it goes. Boba T will find one finally after what felt like an eternity of Verstappen offense. But will it be enough to start a comeback?
I love it when we can use Caster Curse to our advantage. I said Boba T never looks like scoring. They score within the next 10 seconds. That's what I'm talking about, baby. The universe works in very devious, mysterious ways. But we now have a game to talk about down the right-hand side. Actually, Risk is going to just steal that ball straight away off the backboard. Cleared away by Durku. Moving into the middle. He's got Blue to contend with. Who does win the ball? Peachy into the middle. There's a double commit on the backboard.
What is going on?
A calamity in the Verstappen defense, and it's 3-2. But Boba T are on the fight back.
What call, Jane? There's been a calamity. The shot's onto net by Peachy, and Durkin will just let it sink on in. I mean, no one really had to do much but watch. And as I go for Boba T, I guess Verstappen are still in the lead, but I'm kind of confused at how that one went in.
Yeah, not just you, but, you know, they've got it back.
Oh, it's fine.
It's fine. Don't worry about it. Risk will score this one. Luna sends this one over. I'm just trying to see if there was a pre-jump. Not really. He jumped quite late, but double commit on the challenge for Boba T. Neither of them get there. Risk gets up first. And Verstappen extend back to a 2-goal lead, but, I mean, this is by far the highest scoring game that we've seen so far in this series. And, well, that means it's a game that kind of feels like it's taken longer than the others. That's kind of the reason that this series feels like it's not taken long.
Oh yeah, exactly.
We've not had all that many goals, but for this game number 5, 1.5 minutes to go. Verstappen leading by 2, but Boba T, they have looked dangerous when they've gone forwards in the last kind of minute or so.
Oh, the ball falls to the corner now. What can the Verstappen players do to hold on? I mean, 4-2 is a comfortable scoreline, especially in this series, but after their mass amounts of misses on the line, who knows if it's actually that comfortable. Peachy from the corner now has some work to do. With Boba T, he might just be popping, it might be over for this team. It's Nai. Reset into net perhaps, but Luna is there to ruin the fun once again. No chance for them. His former teammate, his best ever result in RLCS was 2nd place. He got that with Nai. He then kicked him and never got anywhere near as that again until just recently with this very roster, where he got a top 4 finish in Open number 4. We're looking to try and get even further. He wants that top 2 again. I mean, that's the goal. He's already hit that peak of a top 2 finish. And he wants to do even better than that. He's certainly on the track to do so if he can keep on winning.
Gotta keep winning, but again, this is one of those situations where Verstappen, the mistakes are there for all to see. Too many double commits, too many times going forwards. Yes, it looks like they've won this series. 13 seconds left on the clock. But against the bigger teams in the region, against Shakinotrope, Virtus Proja, Movistar, Kois, your Dream Stations, these kind of mistakes, they're not going to fly. They are going to be found out, and they're going to find it more difficult to score up the other end. So the ball will drop. Verstappen take the victory. they go through to tomorrow with a top 6 position, but it still wasn't the confident full package that we've seen from Verstappen before. I still don't believe that was their best performance.
Yeah, I've got to agree, and once again, the MVP goes the way of blue. He's been a silent killer in this series. I mean, 1 goal, 2 assists. It was the 3 saves coming out again. As soon as he kind of got on in the defensive department, they really could not get things past him very easily. A real kind of silent saviour for Verstappen, I must say, in this series, but very well deserved for that MVP title, nevertheless. Verstappen do move on, they make top 6, and we do say goodbye to Boba T. It was the first we saw of Peachy in a while, and the same for Nye as well, making this top 8 run. And I hope to see more of them in future seasons, because they're 2 young players who can really, really show up.
Yeah, they certainly are, and it's nice to see Durku back as well, you know. It's been a while since we've seen him in the server. It's good to get him back. Unfortunately, he didn't have his best performance today, but again, we go back to saying that there are many teams in this region who can challenge those top 8 positions. This is certainly one of them. If Boba T maybe had stuck together for the full split rather than just kind of this open, we might be talking about something different here in Open 6. They might have that team cohesion, but they just didn't have enough to get past Verstappen today. A bit reminiscent of their competition that they had in Swiss as well. So Verstappen march on to top 6, but it was not without its flaws, and it'll be interesting to see how they get on tomorrow.
And very well done by them. They will be playing the loser of Virtus Pro and Keenertrope tomorrow, so certainly not an easy game anyway. Of course, we'll have to find out who that will be way later on, and today our very last match of the day will be that one. But yeah, a good win for Verstappen. They do move on to top 6. As I said, their best result yet is a top 4. They're looking at match starter do better, so they've got a long road ahead of them. And it all starts tomorrow. Well, it's already started now, I should say. Boba T, though, I think as you said, it's a difference of time between these 2 teams here. I think if Boba T had more time in their roster, as you said, I think they would be up to the same standard of Verstappen. I do think there's some really quality players on this roster who could be up to that kind of level of prowess if they had that time to really improve their team cohesion and improve their general mental of the roster. But hopefully see more of them next season. With that said, coming up after the break, it is Zen Esports against Rounds. The 2 non-APAC teams fighting for survival. Coming up after the break, we'll see which one of them can make top 6. We'll see you then.
Welcome back as we exit that series, and so does Luna, probably back into the Twitch chat. We do see Verstappen taking out a 4-1 there. It was a pretty dramatic lock-away victory for that one that Boba was able to take away, but I gotta say, across the board there, I agree with the statement you guys made at the end there. Verstappen, while taking a good win there, they will still need a big step up to go to the next stage of this. Going into the lower bracket quarterfinals now, no matter who drops to them there, it's going to be a tough road.
I mean, yeah, they've got a very tough road ahead of them no matter what the result is today. No matter what even happened today, like, it's either Keenertrope or Virtus Pro. More likely Keenertrope than Virtus Pro, I will say. Either way, it's still not going to be a particularly easy result. I know, outlandish I must say, but yeah, I don't think it's going to be particularly easy for them. I do think, though, they could challenge a team if they get in gear correctly. With that said, they have a lot of work to do. They had a lot of double commits coming out. They had a lot of mistakes being made, but they still won at the end of the day, and we've got to give them credit for that, because they still played well enough to take down Boba T.
And that's the most important thing right here, right, is you played well enough to get through to tomorrow. I am sure Verstappen are going to go away, and they're going to understand that that wasn't their best performance of the season. They know that there is stuff that they need to work on, but it really doesn't matter now. You got that victory. You're through into top 6. It's all about tomorrow now, and you can come back tomorrow with a new mindset and a fresh look at things. So I'm sure they will be able to figure some stuff out and bring it to us tomorrow.
All right, well, we've got to move into the next one, and it is going to be Zen Esports versus Rounds here. This one is another one that could go the distance. I feel like Zen had a really good run to get here as well, as much as we might not want to talk about it. They did take down Blue Torch, who has been a bit of discussion there, and it's a shame not to see them making it out this far. However, the fact anybody was able to take this spot from them means that there should be a little bit of faith in Zen here, and Rounds hasn't been here in a little while either. The Finns coming back in yet another rendition here, and your personal little boy there, Renshiro, coming in right in the heart, Rhino. I'm sure. Well, you know what? I'm going to go with you first. Okay. I feel like we know. Where's your prediction going?
Yeah. Zen Esports.
Oh, okay. Sure.
The betrayal. The betrayal.
The betrayal is in. I'm so sorry. I've seen too much from Zen. And listen, Rounds were fantastic yesterday. It's great to see them back in the top 8. I'm thrilled that they are here. They need to prove me wrong. They need to go into this game, show me something I've not seen yet. Because if they do that, they'll be through to top 6. But it's going to be tough.
I'm going to go Zen as well. I will give some Rounds some credit though. It looks like they might be the best Finnish roster now, taking over from Godspeed, who were constantly the team above them. So I'm going to go Zen though.
How does that? I don't understand how that's happened. I mean, Rounds has been struggling on the heels of Godspeed for a while now, and suddenly, a huge drop off from them, unfortunately for them. But it is good to see Rounds back. But I also cannot go in favor of Rounds. I got to go with Zen here. I think they're on a bit of a tear this time around, and it's going to be a sweep on the desk because they kind of earned it out of yesterday. If I don't say so myself.
I don't want to say so. I don't want to talk about it yesterday. I turned on the stream. It was game 4, and then I saw the Zen team win, which good for them. I'm really happy for them to win.
Yeah, you sound it.
I'm so overjoyed.
Yeah, you look it. Yeah,
but I'm sure that won't translate to my casting. I'll be very happy for them.
All right, well, you'll get to do that very, very quickly. We're going to head off to the match, and Rhino, I'm sorry, mate, we're going to have to leave you for this one, and I'm going with I'm going with the Insane Man. You picked Boba T to win that last series, so we're going into this one. I'm hoping you can't bring that kind of curse into this one. Because that was deep.
Boring.
That was a deep.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to agree with you for every single match.
To be fair, all three of us not only had the same picks today, originally had the same scores for every pick.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I changed my picks a little bit. I meant it would be a 4-0 sweep for Zen. I don't know what I was doing. I said it would be a 4-0. Nevertheless, I mean, we'll see how it goes when we get into it, but Zen Esports, as we have said, have looked good, and they have came here, they have deserved. They beat a team who were a really good contender last time around, the Blue Torch, and we'll see what they can do this time around with Weens, Mohamed and Badr. And over on the round side, we talked about them being the kind of new challenging team here in Shiro, Finze and Mutter. It's going to be a good challenge here. See if Rounds actually are the new best Finnish team coming into it.
I feel like Wins came into this season with a lot to prove. There were some doubters on that side, but he's been that consistent top 8. Can he be consistent top 6 is really the next question, and they'll push for it here. I've definitely gone more dramatically in their favour as well. 4-1 was from both Rhino and I, and you've gone the 4-0, so Rounds are going to have to push hard to get past our predictions here, as it's dramatically in Zen's favour, but that is not where the heart necessarily lies, and you know it's not for Rhino.
Now we'll see what Rounds it can do, and apology for that. It is Alex on the team, not Mutter. That was the previous split roster, but with the inclusion of Alex, it looked really, really good. But Mutter also was probably, I would say, the star player of Rounds in previous as well. So these Finns, they love just getting players who can carry them away. And speaking of Finns, Finze on the attack, Renshiro tries for the attack here himself, and Mohamed, was that Mohamed and Bad or Mohamed and Wins? Fighting for that goal that Wins here, yeah. Fighting for this goal.
No, it's mine, leave it!
But Mohamed gets it.
In. I'll give him that. Wins fought to keep that, but not to be. He got it. Yeah, me too. I don't know if I've seen the team bump to secure a goal in RLCS before, actually. Not in this region.
You've never watched winner play. Right, he does it he does it to secure a touch on the ball every single time.
Yeah, that's not like a calculated thing though. That's just him see ball, chase ball.
You know, I feel a bit late to ask the question. I wanted to ask Rhino around the time. What are your thoughts on Boba Tea anyway? Do you like Boba Tea since the game just started? I mean, right,
the actual thing, not like
not the team.
I am absolutely on it. Yeah, no, the first time I ever had it, it was miles away from home. There was no shop even like within an hour and a half of me, and I was so devastated that I couldn't get more. One opened in my town, and I think I actually I set records in that store, man. I am a big Boba Tea fan, yeah.
I'm confused what you had at the first thing. You basically described the desert. Is there just a random Boba Tea shop in the Australian outback?
I lived inland. There's not a lot inland in Australia. I had to go out to the coast to find it.
You don't want to know. He doesn't want you to know about the one Boba Tea shop in the outback.
It's on Ezrock, Uluru. That's where you'll find it.
I live in Glasgow, so we
basically...
Anytime a kind of big trend comes in Asia, Glasgow's got to copy it in the West End because it's just by virtue. So we've got so much Boba Tea, I can't fathom it. I don't know. Maybe I'm just too neurotic. The ball popping in my mouth didn't mess me up. I can't handle it.
There is good Boba Tea and there's bad Boba Tea as well, though. So this is looking like alright Boba Tea on that last one. Not good enough. Rounds though coming in with the right shape here, and that shape is going to score a goal.
Well, it's a goal for Rounds finally found. Renshiro ties up the game 1 apiece. It was a quiet start for both of these teams as Zen found the goal in the first couple of seconds and haven't done much ever since, but with half the game now gone, we've finally got a game on our hand. A shot towards net, Mohamed will try. No success here, now to Wins. Denied. The rolls on round the side wall. Renshiro going to be caught by Badr. He's been a player to kind of keep an eye on here, Badr. He's been probably my star player for Zen Esports many a times here, but the same can be said for Mohamed and Wins having their moments to shine, but we've got to be careful on the defensive half against these guys. They can really shoot well.
Rounds with another chance approaching here, especially if Renshiro can get that pass in. Alex going to drop that. No chance there really capitalized on. There was no pressure out of Rounds there. They built an attack really, really well and then just dropped back to midfield to wait for it.
Ball will go once more. Here's Alex. Towards net. Denied by Mohamed. Here's Badr. To the side he'll send it. He's got Wins waiting centre, but he's going to try and go solo. Wins shot. Wins finds the corner. It's a great goal and a lead for Zen Esports.
As Zen Esports, they just have that little bit more urgency about them here, and that goal hammered home. What a pass in from Beta, and hammered home by Wins into that top right corner. Really nicely placed.
Mohamed round this corner at the centre, and Badr off the pass from Mohan. I thought that was Badr's goal, but it actually gets credited the other way. I mean, the two Middle Eastern players linking up very nicely there. I don't know how anyone's going to save that one with the weird ways the ball are going, especially when you're playing on ping. That must have been awful for Finzi and Shiro and Alex, but it's a goal nonetheless, and with 100 seconds to go, Zen Esports all in the lead.
Especially with that ping, rounds playing remotely here, they need to be a little faster. You've got to put those challenges on quick. If you don't get the 50, at least it should make the second challenge easier for the team. You can't afford to sit back and read, because you can't read with that delay. It's an impossible task, and I feel like the scoreboard is reflecting the state of play right now. Zen Esports are just faster here. They've come in with more urgency, they've got more energy on field, and rounds, they just seem lethargic right now.
They had their kind of chance early on, but they haven't done much since. They've just sat back and kind of watched as shots get taken against them. Lindsay will try, but with no boost and no reset, he'll have to just wait and let the ball fall past him. Good push up here by Mohamed, and a shot towards net. Don't want to get a touch on it, instead the ball cleared away once more. Round this corner and 30 seconds to go, it's high. The shot denied, weans away, Mohamed rushing for it. Can he bring this one to the corner? Yes, he can. Anyone there for it? It's Badr to the backboard.
Oh.
Double touch. It's a goal. It's all Zen Esports.
Yeah, this is a huge goal again, but it's just the space is there. No backboard defense from rounds. Not quick enough onto it in defense or offense right now to stop Zen Esports just ruling the field. They have full control here. I would love to see the stats after this, actually, on just where that field possession was, because Zen Esports, it doesn't matter where the ball is, it seems like it's theirs.
A clear away, and with time running out, this game is over. Don't worry, the players aren't just teleporting on the screen, it's just the game having the game's things. 10 seconds to go, probably, and it will be that scoreline, 4-1 for Zen Esports. There's some chaos happening in the spectating department, it does not matter, it's a Zen Esports victory for game number 1, and they've looked very convincing while doing so. Rounds will get a consolation goal number 2, but will not mean anything as the game came to a conclusion.
I mean, the impactful thing here to me is that it's actually a good goal, and rounds need energy if they're going to go into game 2 here and make a difference to their own gameplay. If you just roll in off the same thing, you've still got the same problem where you're just building way too slowly here. A very slow start, very, very cold from them. Zen Esports, they do come in with a good win, but realistically, they were in free play for far too much of that game. For rounds, just not challenging.
Yeah, I mean, Mohamed gets the MVP title there, almost 2s across the board, and Queens will be upset he didn't get that first goal at the start of the game, because it was very much an attempt by him there. We see the bump once again, but I mean, Zen Esports, they just looked comfortable.
They really did, but it wasn't necessarily to do with the fact they made themselves comfortable, as they were allowed that comfortability. And it's not to say they can't do that, but you don't need to create space if your opponents are giving it to you, and that was the case here. Zen Esports very, very comfortable to go to mech, to make their plays and play their own play style here, as long as rounds keep giving that opportunity to them. So we could still see Zen step up under more trying circumstances here, but that's yet to be seen.
I mean, I've got to see more from rounds coming out here. They got that goal right at the end, but they didn't really do much all game. They had the kind of goal to tie things up near the start, but other than the very start of the game and literally the last second of the game, I didn't really see anything close from rounds even. I didn't feel like they had to make any kind of big saving attempts on the side of Zen Esports. I didn't think the defense was particularly tested. I think rounds need to kind of push a bit further in the offense and try a little bit harder for some more creative plays. I know the ping's probably a bit of a disadvantage for them here, but that is the crux of it. You come to play an Apac, you're going to have to play with a ping. Things are going to be unpredictable. It's the choice they made, and I think they are struggling with this pace of play being put out by Zen Esports. They're playing fast. They also have this ping disadvantage for 2 of the players at least, but they're playing fast, they're playing around it and making things really difficult for rounds to read the ball and get control of it.
It's also not like rounds haven't had the time to learn how to deal with some of the pitfalls of that ping as well. They know they have to be fast. They know they have to make these challenges, and they're not doing it right now. It's got to be a bit of a mental thing for them here, but we've seen plenty of teams within the region have slow starts out of first games. This game too could be different. I'm certainly hoping for a little more out of rounds, bring this close, bring this back to a professional look to Rocket League. But right now, rounds sitting there, letting Zen play with the ball as if this isn't a competition, and they will need that correction very rapidly.
The big benefit both of these teams have over a lot of other ones coming in is they have had a lot of time together, especially Renshiro and Finsey. That duo have been playing together for quite some time. The Finnish players as a whole have been playing just kind of together in some kind of formation for quite a while, that being Godspeed as well, and these guys on Rounds Esports with Jarku as the coach/sub. They've all got a lot of experience together, which does really benefit them, but it's not translating to the pitch right now, where Rounds are struggling. In game number 2, though, it's not all doom and dire. They've got plenty of time to find more in this best of 7 series. The question is, will they find more? Because they've got to take these opportunities as they come to them, and very rarely are they actually coming their way.
Well, also, something I've always respected about Rounds is they've made it a point to scrim within the region, to really play within Apac. And that does mean they should have an idea of who Zen Esports is here as well, as long as they've been doing the same. And that, at the very least, they know what playing like with this ping is like. If they've been in those scrims, that's what they've been adjusting to. So they know what to do here. It's about the mental ability to push yourself to do it right now. And this is a better start. It's barely left that halfway mark, and some early challenges here. A little bit of lag on that spectator again, but Rounds have actually won that challenge, and they're a little faster on this. This has to be a pullback. No option here. Finsey is going to be challenged eventually, but that second defender coming through to the backboard and back into control of Rounds. It's looking much better for them.
As they go for Rounds early on, they've had many attempts on net, and finally one goes in. A minute gone, 1-0. I mean, Zen Esports faced their brunt of an attack, and when they finally thought they broke free, they were quickly denied down the other end. 1-0. Zen Esports have let that one sink on in.
Mohamed out, looking for a pinch pass out to batter there. Mohamed's going to work with it as well. Zen trying to up their speed again here and get back into pace. A little bit tough for them here with Rounds starting to respond and much quicker challenges onto this. Another one comes through there, but Mohamed actually does get the beat. Double commit. Finsey does get the win there. Renshiro will keep this pressurized. Not going to let a boomer come straight to the backboard immediately. And another clear forward. Rounds defending their line much better than game number 1.
Batter to the corner now, rolling it on Rounds. A pass to the centre is sublime, but the shot not connected. Mohamed to centre, wins the turn. The pressure's there. Badr, can he get the touch on it? Yes, he can in time. A quick turn and a goal for Zen Esports. One apiece.
Yeah, just really well shut down there. Wins gets given that ball with an open net in front of him. A rush back from Rounds, but I think they thought they had that 51. A decent challenge onto it as well. It does have to go quite poorly for this outcome, but it is the outcome that they get. Zen Esports even up again with plenty of time on the clock. This game starts to tighten up, and Zen not really given the time to make their first goal that same mechanical and solo affair as we saw in game number 1.
Centre now, Renshiro to try, but won't find anything of it. I thought for a moment Mohamed and Badr on different teams. It looked like he was going for a demo chase in his own teammate. To the back wall will be sent and saved away. Badr will keep the pressure going off the corner. Round it will go. Wayne's waits centre. Shot to net. Off the backboard. Mohaned's too early. It's an opening for a moment, but good catch by Badr just to stall for some time. A challenge found in a 50-51. Everything Rounds do gets quickly denied by this Middle Eastern duo of Mohamed and Badr.
Great turn by Finsey in the midfield there. Liking that Finsey in particular has been making a lot of those. Renshiro still needs that little bit of a step up, but it feels like it's slowly coming. Renshiro has been making better plays as this goes on. Rounds still with opportunities here, and they haven't dropped into that back foot position quite yet. Still even footing in game number 2, at the very least. And Rounds looking to even here. It's not going to happen if they keep taking shots. That one's batted away. Now, Alex off the backboard, upfield. Renshiro, can he convert it? It's a great shot. But Weens up early will bat it away to his own corner.
Clear away, Badr to chase it down. From the ceiling now at Mohamed once more. Weens waiting at the side. A clear away from Renshiro. That's open for a moment for Badr to get in touch, but Alex is faster on the approach. A team bump though, not ideal. Round out of position for a moment. I mean, next goal could be the winner, Gex, because the clock keeps on ticking down and the shots keep on coming, but save after save denies again and again.
Alex is really performing on defense here as well. Has to turn around. There it is. Shot on target. It's wins again in defense. He has been the absolute back marker for this team time and time again. The last time we had them on stream, actually, it was maybe a little bit of a disappointing performance out of Wins. However, where he was performing the entire series was defense. He just wouldn't let goals through. If he was the one in net, it was almost guaranteed to save. But Mohamed is going to punch one through and get a lead in the dying moments of this match, and Rounds can't make that save.
Well, 2-1, Zen Esports. Finally find that lead they were looking for. The question is, can they hold on to it for the remaining 40 seconds of this game, or will we have an overtime on our hands? Rounds, well, they might have answered my question. Yeah, down come the asteroids from above and take out the Zen Esports players. The goal found for Rounds with 37 seconds left to go.
I feel like more and more importance is being put on the attack in this game. Zen Esports, they'll be comfortable in that position, but Rounds now doing that, we could see even more, even before that 0 seconds. I'm not sure we're secured for it yet. Definitely on the line. Rounds pushing for a lead. No. They can't find it through the gap.
That's tragic there for Rounds. A quick reset from Ranchero to try again, but cleared and saved away by Wins. The corner reversal will be taken, and Fincy to the back wall. With 10 seconds now. 2-2 the scoreline. Overtime looking likely. If Zen Esports win this, it'll be 2 up in the series. If Round can win it, they'll all tied up. Fincy will try, but to no success. We head to OT.
2-2 OT, game number 2. Rounds, they need to win this to even up the series. That's a 7 here, so there's still a long journey ahead regardless, especially if we've got overtimes on the line here. Rounds with possession out of their own half now, looking for Renshiro. The pass is there. Good control from Rounds. Great 50 comes out, but can they capitalize on this? Renshiro turns again. Nearly the beat, but Wins is just there. He is dead set on that defense.
Oh, that's open for a moment. Wins gets a touch though. Mohana's in possession, but he doesn't have the boost to play it. Finzy narrowly avoids the bump, but the corner boost has been taken. The pressure turns inside of Zen Esports. They're putting the pressure on now. Fade away for a moment, they all sit back. They've got so much boost to play with. Badr past 1, Badr past 2. He's got the help of a teammate in Mahana now pushed upfield. In comes Finzy back and takes out 1. Renshiro on the line will make the save, but Wins back to centre again. Zen Esports almost found the winner, and they'll find it now with the help of Mahana. 2 goals to his name, and the winner found here, Zen Esports 2-0 in the series.
This time around, well earned, but you got a feel for Rounds here. So many opportunities to put that away there. They just, the gaps were so small. They were so hard to find and couldn't push through at the last second. Zen Esports, they hold that line well, turn it around, and it's a counterattack that makes the difference here for Zen Esports. They looked likely to score almost every time they got into their opponent's half, but Rounds were responding very, very well that game.
He did a really good job in the defense department as well. Specifically, Renshiro 4 saves to his name and 1 each for Finzy and Alex, and that came off the back of the 10 shots coming out for Zen Esports. A lot of them getting saved away. Just that few slipping by at the very end though. Zen Esports take game 2. They go 2-0 in the series, and I mean, Gex, if they win this game 3, it's surely over for Rounds.
I mean, you would assume so. We gave a pretty dominant prediction to Zen Esports. However, I got to say, out of that game, if Rounds can hold that kind of consistency, and I don't feel like we've seen the best out of either of these teams here either yet.
I agree.
They're still building. Then we've still got question marks on this series at this point. But like you said, if this next one goes Zen Esports' way, I just can't see that turnaround.
Well, they've got to start it now here for Rounds. Game number 3 as we come to it. They got a lot of work to do. Mohamed, once again, the lead goal scorer of that last game. 2 goals to his name both times around. They got to shut him down. He's a real striker right now, and They may have made a lot of saves last game, but it still wasn't enough. That's the issue for Rounds. Even when they're making 6 saves in the game, that's not enough.
What do you do at that point? So you just... I feel like it comes down to not being on goal line for that defense. You've got to push it forward. I mean, you have to have midfield defense more set, and that's what Rounds has been struggling with, I think. Particularly game 1, they had no midfield defense at all. Every time they fell back, it was all the way back to their own backboard, to the goal line. It wasn't even backboard a lot of that time. They were piling up in that net, and it gave the opportunity for those bigger mech plays out from Zen Esports.
Shot towards net, quickly denied early on. It's up for Badr. Alex, pass on downfield. Renshida will try to get it past Weens, but to no success this time around. It's Finzi from the back wall. Now it will be sent. Weens is in position there to make a touch. He won't make the connection. Saved away by Alex this time around. A shot again saved away. Mohan is waiting there in the wings, though under the bar. He'll send it. And Zen Esports 1-0.
Quick response to this pass here from Mohamed, actually. I didn't think there was a chance this was going to be low enough to get under that crossbar. I thought we were going to see that boom back towards his side, if I'm honest. But really, really well-placed shot. Gets that down underneath the crossbar and slots it perfectly. Zen Esports starting up with a well-pressurized attack there and forming it well.
Finzi leaves that ball. Alex can't make the connection. Renshiro to Alex. Denied by Mohamed for a moment, but a follow-up touch is there. Passes out to the side and Alex following through. 50-50 against Badr. It'll be taken away and sent long upfield. Finzi will make the connection quickly. Zen Esports running circles around Rounds for now. Every chance that Rounds get for a clearance. I mean, Zen Esports are quickly denying.
Not wrong. Rounds have had their fair share of defense here as well. They're only 1 goal away for Zen Esports. And Rounds now, can they hold it at the midline? No! And it's well over a freebie for Zen Esports as they get a breakaway in midfield.
I mean, Alex just got bullied out of net there, and there's no one back. He's the furthest forwards, and that bump should not be so punishing.
No, you've got to expect more.
90 seconds, and it's starting to crumble for Rounds.
Well and truly time left though, and we're not even close to halfway through this yet. Rounds have the time to correct. We saw a correction between game 1 and game 2. Can they do it mid-game? It's not looking likely. Batter gets one here, and what a shot it is.
I mean, there's another one where it's a wide open net. It's a good bit of work by Badr as the Rounds defense is barely a defense in this game.
Yeah.
They've been scrambling around the back line trying to make something of it, but constantly trying and constantly not making the successful plays is not going to get them anywhere. Mohamed now to the back board. That could be goal number 4 coming their way. Won't be this time as it bounces off the crossbar and out, but there's 2 minutes only gone by. A lot of time left, yes, for Rounds, but a lot of time presented. Just keep on doing this.
Great touches by Finzi there to make that clear short and controlled, and leads it downfield for Alex to do this. My goodness, Rounds might still have a chance in this if they can make plays of this quality.
That's a good shot coming out from Rounds, but the defense is where they're lacking. If they can get the offense going, this could be the answer that they need. But a lot of work has to be done.
Well, it's so hard. I mean, they've got to be pushing into offense to have any midfield defense. It's been lacking completely.
I thought for a second they were going to get a goal off the bump. It does get saved on the line, but a more powerful shot than initially expected. Finzi off the corner. That's a brilliant shot, if just a little bit more on target. Mohamed now downfield the other way. It's Weens to the backboard. Finzi to catch. Half the game gone, Gex, and 3-1 the score line for Zen Esports. If they can hold on to this game, it's match point. It could just be over.
It really looks like Rounds are comfortable when they're not dealing with the lag, when the ping isn't an issue. But oh my goodness, Weens, you are kidding! This is an astronomical dunk. How? No, I never thought I'd say this about Weens, but this is Giga Brain.
I mean, what a dunk by Weens. Right place, right time. Just sends that ball down into the net. 4-1 for Zen Esports. Now, as soon as Rounds think they have a chance at a comeback, well, the goal difference made to 3 once again.
Again here, chances.
Badr just I don't think he saved it. I think it would have been saved. I think it would have been saved.
There was defense piling up in net there. It was an attempt to make something out of it for sure, but it was another good attempt by Zen Esports. They just keep piling on these. It's not so much about the fact that the shots are there and missing as it is that they're there at all. It's so much pressure. Rounds look like they're panicked every single time there's the possibility of a shot out of Zen Esports right now.
Means the flip reset attempt, pinch on down to net. It's not even a pinch, it's actually the worst pinch attempt of all time, but it's okay because Rounds just thought the wins would be better and tried to make the save, but the ball just went too slow that he missed.
Yeah, I don't know how to. It would get me. I'll give you that. If I jump into RLCS, I make a top 8. I'm expecting the pinch to have a bit more power than that. I will give that.
That's the kind of pinch I'm hitting in like Champ 1v1s.
That's world's fastest Cuxer pinch coming out of Boy Arroyo in ones.
Yeah. I mean, it's like Coper's Esports
region, right?
Yeah, of course, of course. The game's over. I mean, what do you want to talk about? Do you want to talk about how Finland has the most heavy metal bans per capita? That's a cool fact.
It is. They actually just, like, their Kmart there is just, their target. What do you have there? I don't know what your outlet stores are like in Scotland.
I mean, they probably have Aldi.
Aldi, yeah. Their Aldi is just like, it is all just black and white face cosmetics and spikes. For those metal bands, right? That's what I'm imagining over there.
Yeah, it must be. I mean, they're also the happiest country in the world, or at least like top 3. So they just
that much.
play heavy metal and are really happy about it constantly.
Yeah. You can't be angry more after you've already done that all day, right?
After they've already screamed for hours for heavy metal. Also, another completely unrelated. You know, I don't care about the game anymore. It's 6-1. Another unrelated fact is that there's multiple different Aldis. That's a cool goal. Who cares? There's like 2 different Aldis, like as a company.
Like as a company?
I've learned that. Yeah, there's 2 Aldis. There's Aldi North and Aldi South, which are 2 different Aldis.
So what's the one that is like international everywhere?
Both of them.
Oh, cool. So I have no idea.
It depends on the country you're in. There's like a map.
By nothing.
Yeah, no, there's a map of Europe. So in the UK, we have Aldi South, even though we are more northern. I believe the American one is Aldi North. In Germany, they have both because that's where Aldi is from. In the north of Germany, they have Aldi North. In the south, they have Aldi South. So yeah, they have a... It really just depends on the country. I think in most of Europe it's Aldi South, but some is Aldi North, and then I don't know about the rest of the world.
I think
America's Aldi
South.
There's a whole map you can see of it. It's really interesting. Ooh. Anyway, the game's done. Yippee! 6-2. What a fun time! It was done a long
time ago. This game was over. This series might be as well. There's one game left in it if Zen Esports keep this up, but I feel like every time we see the peak out of rounds, there's that chance where you're like, oh, they have to be able to take a game in this series. It's inevitable that their peak should earn them 1, right? But it just doesn't happen.
It does not happen, and unfortunately for them, 6-2 is a really dominant win there for Zen Esports. We'll be feeling confident. Badr getting the MVP this time around with the 3 assists and the 1 goal coming his way, but I mean, Zen Esports are looking good in rounds. Look like they can't defend.
Yeah, I hate to agree with that, but it's true. There's just no defense coming out of rounds at all. They do seem to be the team that struggles the most with that ping delay, and I think that does come down to those responsive touches, which means goal line defense is incredibly tough. Oh, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
You've just got... I mean, we call you the stat man here in Apac. You have a map up of Aldi North versus Aldi South. It's a world map. That's crazy work.
Yeah, it's like reminiscing about the good old days of Apac North and Apac South.
I get Aldi South. Cool. Good to know.
We're both Aldi South guys, but yeah.
Okay.
There's your Aldi fact of the day. Well, on your Finnish fact of the day. I need to get like a Saudi Arabia fact of the day. I don't have one, unfortunately, prepared for the Zen Esports guys. I'll think of one during the... I'll look one up during the next game here if it kind of goes the same way as this last one. Either way, it's match point for Zen Esports. I mean, if rounds were really serious about winning, and they are, they have called a timeout. I don't know how much this will benefit them. It's a good chance to make it eventually. I think it's maybe a little bit too late. But I mean, coming off of the 3-0, they've called the timeout. Can they find something back? I don't know.
I don't know why they didn't do it after last game. I guess maybe because last game was a little bit closer. They had their chances that they wanted to try and keep the ball rolling. And I understand that because of game 1. It took them so long to warm up, and there is that risk that they come out of this timeout with the tires just that little bit colder. The ball's not really rolling for them at all, especially when they came out with a great goal at the end there. It's just... It was a little too late to really make a difference, I think, even mentally. So I would go with this decision. I think they've made the right choice here, but they have to come in fast, and it's looking like they might. Great kickoff from Rounds.
I mean, we got to look on the plus side here for Rounds. Statistically speaking, they're going to be the happiest team to lose, so it's okay. It's the best team possible to lose, because they'll take it the best. They'll be the happiest about it. And they'll make a heavy metal song, they'll enter U Division, they'll put on the cool mask again for Hard Rock Hallelujah. That was a fun fact that people don't actually know. That was Finzi and Renshiro in that band, and I can't remember their name anymore. They performed in 2006 U Division for Hard Rock Hallelujah. You know, they've changed plans now and for playing Rocket League, but they're actually they're in their 40s. It says younger.
Rocket League professional in Apac was Plan B for them. I understand.
Yeah, exactly. That was after their success in 2006. Right? I hope a game to Supersonic Acrobatic Rocket Power Battle Cars comes out soon, because I want to play this. I want to play the sequel.
Exactly. Into to the backboard now. I feel
crazy
like
story about them.
Yeah, if they can take the heavy metal energy into this and really put some death metal vibes onto the ball here, we might see something different. But it's really got to be an attack.
Zen Esports, on the other hand, I mean, maybe not playing the same quality of actual Zen, but I mean, they're playing pretty well. Can't fault them there. They're doing really well, actually. Maybe not Zen quality, so, you know, like almost Zen Esports we can give them for now. But here's the look. Also, I must say, just before we're going about the whole name thing, be it Zen the player or Zen being like kind of calm and relaxed, they don't particularly play calm and relaxed either. They're really not putting the name to power. They're a bit of a chaotic team, this Zen Esports roster, but it works out very well for them. As the ball comes into the centre, it won't be a goal, but Mohamed lurking around could do something of it. Never mind, Weens wants it, and away the ball will be sent.
Well, Weens off the backboard there as well. Does get found in midfield. Great challenges. Rounds are putting on pressure, and they've had midfield defense. They're really not letting as many chances get close to their net this time around. It's a lot more control. I feel like that timeout has benefited them.
Corner, now it comes. Weens to the back wall. Rising high, will not be found. Renshiro sends it away. Mohamed on the corner getting chased by Renshiro, but he will narrowly survive. Past one, no success. To the backboard now, shot to net. Denied by Badr. A follow through from Alex. Half the game gone on by. And a goal yet to be scored.
I love that Zen Esports Ryan is in the chat telling us it's not about the players, Zen, it's the state of mind. They don't have that either. We just said that. There's chaos. They said
nobody going to tell me that Weens is a Zen
they're
player.
Just calm. They're super calm here. Chill player Weens.
Weens is like 45. He's got a heart rate of like 3 of these players.
He's gonna watch his cholesterol every time he plays.
That guy's not Zen. He's got like a mortgage to pay.
Oh, great attempt here, Mohamed!
Brilliant save.
Flipped onto it. He had 0 boost. Just dropped with a flip, and that was all he had. Unbelievable save.
The 54-year-old, a brilliant bit of work in the back line. Great for his age here at 73, but can he make the save this time around? No, it's Renshiro. 1-0 found for Rounds, and with 90 seconds, they have actually found the lead, and they actually could have a series, which isn't a sweep.
Rounds have had the better half of this game. They have looked like the better team in game number 4. It's really weird to say that after what we've seen from the rest of this series, but it looks like a different Rounds. I mean, it's the same plays coming out, but they're coming out at the right time. They're coming out with purpose, and there's so much less panic on the board right now. And Alex is going to get another one as well. They just lead it out of their half. Rounds get a lead of 2 here, and they look good for it.
Fortunately there, with the Zen Esports players, no one back, a bit lethargic, a bit overconfident perhaps, a bit un-Zen of them. as they push too far forward, leave a net wide open, and a goal found for Rounds to make it 2-0. Maybe we're wrong. Maybe the timeout, paid off. It's a shot to net by Alex. It won't go in. But Mohamed down the other end can Finzi connect. He can. The pressure persists for now. A clear one out. Wins the catch. And a roll on round this corner as he looks for a demo on one. A backflip on the line by Alec. It's an absolute travesty by Rounds. They cannot let it slip like this.
This is a slow-mo backflip. He's off the ground so far before he makes the backflip. What just happened? That is brutal. They're still up by a goal here, so if they hold mental with a minute left, it should be still very sortable, but that is brutal to watch.
Cleared out to the side here. If Rounds let this game slip in that manner, I mean, I'm happy we've just talked about heavy metal for the last 5 minutes instead, because my oh my. A clear out to the corner now. Bader will receive. A push is there to the side now. Beans tries to make the connection, he won't find it. That's a shot to the top corner. It will be saved away for now, but Weens is on. Weens is going for it. It's to the post and saved out once again. Mohamed to centre. Bader's up. That's a massive reset he gets on that ball. Sends it sky high. A brilliant pass to centre, but Weens, he can't make the connection. It could have been the equalising goal, but barely missed out upon. They'll try again to avoid a game loss here. Make my prediction of a 4-0 sweep correct, but it might not be coming my way or theirs either.
Zen need possession here though, and might require a summoning to make that happen. Alex gonna bring it forward. Mohamed does get it the last second. 0.
No,
it's
he can't.
Gonna be a sweep. Rounds off their timeout have come back in with a game win. Like I said, I just struggle to see them winning the series out of this. If they had made that timeout a game earlier, we would be talking about the possibility of them coming back in to win this series.
Yeah.
Right now, all I'm talking about is one more game.
They got the one. They've got 3 more to find. I mean, Alex had a good game other than the glaring error that happened on the goal line. He did have that big mistake. Otherwise, he played an incredible game. Some good work for this Rounds team. Can they keep it up? I don't know. I mean, we go to game 5 here. It's a tough ask for them, basically. It's
so rare.
they've got to, best of 7 reverse sweep is not particularly easy. Has happened, I think, in Apac the most out of any region. I believe that is a stat that's correct.
But that was our second season, though, right? That we set that stat, and it's barely changed since. It was an insane season for that.
I don't think it's happening, I'll be honest, to Rounds. But hey, if they can pull it off, props to them. And maybe I'll get more and more convinced as time goes on. But for now, as we go to game 5, it still looks in favour of Zen. We've got to see what Rounds can do if they can shock us.
It will have to be a bit of a shock to see more out of Rounds again here, to be honest. It did feel like they stepped up to a bit of a peak in this series, at least. It's still not the best I've seen Rounds play. Alex, though, what a step up individually. So many good finds for that breakaway for the goal. Coming off ceiling there for a nice shot. They fought one of those through. It was a really good game from Rounds. They just have to generate confidence out of that, generate even stronger attack, and make this game theirs if we're going to start talking about the possibility of that reverse sweep.
Possibility. Well, they're on the right track, but they've got a long journey ahead of them. One roadblock could derail this train. Bader, quick clearance away. Rounds. I mean, part of their name is GG. Hoping it's not over yet, though. Rounds GG are hoping at least they go to G7.
Maybe they're just gonna add a few more G's to the name.
GG, 7 Gs.
Yeah, it's just 7 Gs. Oh, I mean, you certainly don't want it to go to Game 7 every series. You'd rather win it before that point, but that's the only option they have left here. And Rounds have got 1 game away from Zen Esports. They're going to need 3 more in a row here to do it. And they have been on the poorer side of this for the vast majority of the series. That last one, such a turnaround for them, and they are fighting back again here in game number 5. Can they find what they need to get this away from Weens? He has been possibly the most impactful player out of Zen, I have to say. He's been massive on defense, and his setups, even if he's not scoring, have been absolutely huge this series.
follow-up, not going to be found here. Badr backflip, and a clear is there to Mohamed. Badr, good touch, but beaten by Finzi to the ball. Here's Wins, over to Mohamed once again. It's a 0-0 scoreline early on. 90 seconds gone on by. It took a while in game number 4 for the goal to be found, but it was bound to find the first. It'll be a similar tale this time around. Here's Renshiro to control at midfield. Possession lost this time to Mohamed. That's a shot to net. Finzi has to make the save. Careful in doing so, and a good clear past one. This is a good attack attempt here from Rounds, but second touch will not be enough. They won't find anything of it.
You just see these little flashes of brilliance out of defense, particularly from Finzi. So many of these good short touches to control, finds the space in their own corner, and then just goes on this tear downfield that usually makes a very large majority of that distance and can beat a number of the defenders from the other team. Demo there on Renshiro might hold him back here. Finzi's on the line, has to make a save. He's late for the jump, and Mohamed hammers it.
This is a rock onto net here. Mohamed with the reset. He knows that Finzi's not saving it. He's already in position just in case he does for a bump or for the dunk. But he's confident there that that goal was definitely his, and that it was. Zen Esports 1-0 up.
Off the backboard now. Mohamed leaves it to
no,
Badr. There it is, a 2-0 lead. Zen Esports are back on form.
Feels very familiar to game number 3. Half the game to go, and it's 2-0 to Zen Esports.
It's got to be rough mentally for Rounds right now. After such a good comeback, they had that timeout. They reassessed their situation, nearly going down by 3-0 now. And half a game gone, they cannot find a goal out of the very next game after they earned that win. It's great to see that there's a game out here from them, but Zen Esports, it's just domination right now, and it might be another one. Finzi can just get there.
Renshiro to his side, the connection made, the backboard hit. A shot again, this time from Alex. The power there was great, but the shot, the placement, not so much. Badr, good push up. He's got no boost, but he's outsped Alex along the way. A little bit awkward on the back wall here for Renshiro. Gets dunked by Mohamed. Alex is there, but no boost. A double commit from the Zen Esports players, but it does not cause any harm. Renshiro tries, but in comes a diving Mohamed to deny. Good save by Wins and a clear away once again.
Backboard found here. Rounds defending their own half, trying to keep control there. But again, they don't look confident. There was a chance there for a dribble for that control. Went for the pinch option instead and have had to fight back to that control out of their half. They do get it there, but straight back to Badr. Up in there, and again, Rounds looking nervous. Need a clear, but they need an attack more. And it does not look like they will get a confident one out of this. Maybe. Chance here, actually. Renshiro trying to solo play that. Didn't really have the option for the pass from that positioning.
Clear away. Here comes Renshiro. Has to beat out Wins, but no success. He stays on the ball. The 76-year-old doing a great job in the offensive department. Saved by Finzi. Nothing to find anything of it just yet. Renshiro, control in the corner, beats out Wien, sorry. We're battered in control. I mean, every chance that Rounds almost get, they get very quickly denied just at the midfield line, Gex.
It does. It's that midfield defense from Zen that's been time and time again the match winner here. Locking Rounds into their half, just holding possession and control. There is no time left in this. Rounds have been just shut out of the final game here. They do take 1, and 4-1 will look pretty good for predictions, I believe. We're looking pretty good on that one. I think, again, it was 4 zeros and 4 1s across the board for the desk here. Zen just lived up to that reputation. They lived up to the hype. Zen were just collected, and Weens did his job on defense as expected. Mohamed come up as that goal stealer as expected, and Badr played his part. It was just how that team should work.
I mean, it was simple as that. They came in as the favourites, they played like they were the favourites, and it was just a good win for Zen Esports. I mean, really good job by Weens out at the ripe old age of 97 to get that serious win, make his way to top 6. And Zen Esports now have even more work to do. They've got top 6 already. Can they make an even bigger result? I mean, they'll play the loser of Dream Station against Koi, a not particularly easy matchup, just the same as Verstappen have coming up. But a run is possible for them. Unfortunately, there for rounds to get eliminated here at top 8. They had a good showing all season long. Big credit rounds, and in my opinion, they've ended off as the best finished team.
Yeah.
They may not have it in the score department, but they've outplayed Godspeed here. They look like they could just be the new best finished team, so I'm excited to see how that kind of pans out in the actual finish leagues, to see if they do end up overtaking that Godspeed / Deku Bop, whatever they're called, team, depending on the roster situation at the time.
Yeah, I mean, they came into the season well, and they're ending the season well, so I think they'll be happy with their top 8 finish here, despite the opportunity for a top 6. But Zen Esports will be moving forward into that top 6, and looking forward to their match tomorrow. We're going to have to move forward as well into that next one, but I don't know, I feel like, again, we just haven't seen either of the teams play out and win today, have that push to see if they've got what it takes to win the next round. So as we go out to the break, we will be seeing you on the other side of this with Rhino. We'll leave you while Weens collects his centennial letter from the king, and we will see you after the break. Well, an excellent win by one of the teams out of that last series, but you got to say Zen Esports are still up for a challenge ahead of them. Rounds making their final way out here in Open 6 in a top 8 position. They'll be happy with that one, but maybe not happy with their individual performance there as well. At least they got one good game out of it.
Yeah. I mean, they had the good showing in that one game, and they had some decent games at the start, but it just kind of faltered for them. Overall, the whole season, really well done from Brown. They should be really proud of themselves. A finish in top 8 is nothing to scoff at. Just not the best showing from them in the season. I think they know that. They could have performed better there. With that said, though, they got out in top 8. That's where they end their season. And Zen Esports move to that top 6 to find who they'll face tomorrow as the next match coming up, Rhino.
Yeah, absolutely. This is going to be an absolutely massive one. Movistar Koi versus Dream Station is not a game that we are lacking on the Apac a few times, but hey, Dream Station are going to be looking to try and take down the absolute behemoth. And maybe they can do it this time. Who's to say? This is their last chance of doing so.
Well, there you go. Half the matches down for today in our quarterfinals, starting to heat up with Verstappen and Zen Esports there. But we are moving into that Movistar Koi versus Dream Station bracket here with Kinotrope and Virtus Pro up in the top end of this as well. That'll be our last match of the day. Like you said, this has been done before. Movistar Koi versus Dream Station is not new to us. But I feel like the attitude coming into this one will be. The stakes are kind of off the table here. Dream Station don't have the pressure on them right now, but Movistar Koi do. They absolutely have pressure to perform. Even if they don't have the chance to make the major, they have a lot to prove here, and they cannot go out. If you're coming in as that import team, that big pickup by Koi, you can't go out without a regional win. You've got to push for it. So I feel like the attitudes between these two teams is going to be drastically different, and it might give a little bit more of an opportunity to the underdog.
I mean, you say all of that, and I'm going to be honest, Get, I hear you. I think Koi are winning this, and I think they're going to win it convincingly. As the Koi fans say, I am Koi Sita for this match, I believe is... I hope that's right. I think Koi are going to win. I think Koi are winning this one. I think it's going to be quite easy for them. I'm Koi Sita for once, for a change.
Just say it with confidence. None of the people who speak English in here are going to think that you got it wrong if you just bluff it.
Yeah, that's true. Come on, Koi. Come on, the purple.
Koi
What colours are logo?
whatever you said, 100%.
Very much blue.
Nailed it.
But yeah, absolutely.
Purple. Wait a minute.
We are going to be, I imagine, clean sweeping on the desk. I certainly will be going for Koi as well. Dream Station, they've shown time and time again that they can rub shoulders with giants. The just unfortunate thing is they've never been able to get over the line. Even in those games, they've looked close. So, yeah, I think Movistar Koi are taking this one. Dream Station dropped down to top 6. But I'm expecting a better quality game than the ones we've seen so far today.
Yeah, I would as well. That was kind of more where I was leaning with this. The chance is there for Dream Station to prove themselves against this team. I do not think that's coming in the state of a series win here. Koi are going to dominate this one. I'm still giving it their way significantly, but I am predicting that there is a game in here. There is a game in here for Dream Station for me.
There's 4 games for Koi as well, but there's a game in here.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to be tough.
Yeah.
It's really going to be tough. I mean, you're looking at the two teams in front of you, right? I mean, we've all gone Movistar Koi. There is a game, but the problem is, even when the game is there for Dream Station, the difference to playing against a normal team is they still need to be able to see that game over the line, because Koi are still going to be playing as good as they always do.
One last question before we get out of this as well and head into the game. If you were to flip these two underdog teams in the top bracket, Kinotrope and Dream Station, if you were to put Kinotrope here instead, would you be saying the same? Where are those two teams matching up?
Oh, Kinotrope win anytime. I'm good to go now. I've said my piece.
Fine.
You can get rid of me. Kinotrope will win.
Kinotrope, right, yeah.
You can get rid of me now. I'm fine.
I do think I'd give more to Kinotrope. Station
I think so too. I think they've solidified themselves, but it has to be proven on field. They still have the chance to face each other if luck is in their favor at some point in this tournament. But let's head in there. We're going to drop you off here, and we'll see you afterwards, boyo. Rhino, I feel like we're getting into the really important stuff for Apac here. It's the impressions that are left from matches like this that will leave an aftertaste for this region. We need to see teams like Dream Station make that step up, conquer their demons, and get on top of teams like Koi.
Yeah, it feels like the difference between loads of teams going away and grinding in the off-season to build up for RLCS 2026 could hinge off the back of a match like this one, right? Yeah. If they are shown that one of the teams that are, well, arguably the best in the region, there's a discussion to be had between Dream Station and Kinotrope, but easily one of, if not the best teams in the region, can't get past an import team like Movistar Koi, there is that lack of that verve and vigor that you would expect to see from a region like this. So it'll be interesting to see, as we say, if Dream Station are able to get through this test. But there's also the fact that Movistar have been caught napping a couple of times this season. There have been a couple of days where they've just not been online. They've just not been that same team that we expect to see. Things don't go their way, things snowball, they start to panic about things not going their way, and so on and so forth. So if DreamStation can start that mental snowball, who's to say what could happen today?
Yeah. Absolutely. And it's important to remember that that pressure is on them to perform regardless of the stakes for LAN appearances. They are here to perform, and if they don't do that, they're going to look poor for it. They've got to stand up here, especially when you've got players like Tekos who are leading the stat boards for this split in the #1 position out in so many fields. They have absolutely dominated the 2v2s. They dominated. It is so hard to see this team not doing well, but that's the pressure they're under every time they perform. They have to do well. DreamStation here, they have had some disappointing performances for themselves. I know that they have had their wits' end when they come in to compete against these teams, and it does affect them. This time around, I think it's different. We're coming into last one. They know the stakes are off the table for them. They're going to be in this for the fun, for the performance, for themselves. I want to see them come in and have fun meta and coming in. There it is, though. We get a player head-to-head between these two teams, and it's Ocelon versus LCT. And like I said, Koi leading stats in so many categories right now, but that is close, isn't it?
Yeah. Average score by 1. Average goals by 0.3, a bit higher, but average saves getting higher for LCT. Those stats are incredibly close. And you can see here the results coming through from the Movistar Koi versus Blue Torch game a couple of weeks ago. And it did feel like Blue Torch really pushed Movistar to, not necessarily their limits, but they pushed them a good deal. And Movistar Koi had to pull out quite a few flicks and tricks in order to get past the all-Japanese roster. So fascinating to see that one come through for Ocelon. He is a bit more of a defensive player on this side, but even then, he's still not getting a higher average saves than LCT on the other side. So LCT doing great work.
Look, it's not that surprising to me to see LCT be one of the players in this region that can compete on stats. And oh my goodness, that open highlight, look at the difference between these two teams immediately. DreamStation just dominated the last time they faced off. LCT might be able to score those points, but it's because DreamStation are an all-or-nothing team. They send it every single time. It is just pure attack. And that's why the average score is always up there for LCT. But look, the average saves are actually higher. It does... LCT has been turning into a player throughout this season, throughout last, that is so much more solid across the board. And I'd love to see that shift.
Yeah, he really is. He's started to solidify himself a lot more, right? Where we used to see LCT really focus on kind of the flashy plays going through the air, trying to get those mechanical kind of vibes in the sky. This season, he has much more settled. He still goes for some of those plays every now and again, but he understands that it's a team game. He understands that he can't just get by running all of those solo plays, all of those kinds of things. So he is very much settling into this team environment in DreamStation and looking really good doing it. I think he's really found kind of a home in his new position in this DreamStation roster, and I love to see it. The stats show that as well.
A little bit shocking seeing the replay of the last time these two teams meshed. Did mesh there. That was not exactly a clash as it was a stomp. I don't think it was the best performance we've seen out of DreamStation, so I think they're going to be looking for a little bit of revenge here, if not just for themselves. It wasn't up to their standard, so let's get them in here this time. Let's see if they can once again overcome that mental. Every time I think that topic is off the table for them, that they've finally done it, that they've got the solidity we need to stop talking about it, it rears its head again, and we are still talking about that at the end of this season.
Yeah, for sure. And let's see who can take home the bragging rights today. DreamStation versus Movistar Koi. We've mentioned it before. Not the first time we've seen this matchup, but it will, for all intents and purposes, likely be the last. So time to leave a lasting impression on your opponents. Tekos moving down that left side, picking up the 100, winning a 50, trying to beat Rlcs. Kevin clears it away. Rlcs has got an opportunity here. It's a 1v1. Can he get the dunk? No, though. Really intelligently just pushes that one over to the side and gets a counter-attack going for Movistar.
One thing DreamStation need to do is just consistency here. Movistar Koi, they have weaknesses that can be exploited, and any team can do that. We saw that from Kinotrope, and we've seen it time and time again from their main opponents in Virtus Pro. But when you let them through, when the defense lacks even a little, they're going to score goals like this. Tekos just adding to that stat sheet once more.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he goes up and assumes that he's covering off the entire goal. The thing with Tekos is he always finds an angle that you're not expecting. He always finds a way to get the ball through the back line. Certainly one-on-one, but hang on a moment, almost! LCT with so close to the immediate response. Movistar Koi looking at that ball, bounce off the crossbar, off the floor, and just thanking their lucky stars. They're not level. I mean, that is about as close as it gets without going over the line.
Koi still making moves here, though. DreamStation will need more to get it out of their half, and now they're drained of boost as well. This is looking very scary. Tho with nothing gets a pass down, but what a demo from Kevin! The perfect choice, and they nearly get the bang to reach past Tekos downfield. They will score it regardless. The cleanup crew is in fashion right now. LCT will pick this one up.
And it's a huge block well before that. To get his car in front of that ball, send it high, his team an opportunity. LCT takes that opportunity every single day of the week. Ball into the middle. It's Kevin, who's now going to try and find a teammate. Tho gets in front. Movistar Koi can be that suffocating roster that we know. They've all got pretty high levels of boost, but boost still in the back lines. There's just a long rotation now coming through for DreamStation. Ball over the top. There's a drop down, and the recovery can't make it. And that's one of the problems with DreamStation. They really struggle to get out of their half when the other team is battering them down, and Rlcs can't read anything. And Kevin, I mean, he's kind of clinging on to the crossbar with his back wheels. It looks a bit like a bat trying to sleep. I was worried for a second there that you were just going to get on a rant against DreamStation. I was like, how harsh are we getting here? You're like, this is one of the problems with DreamStation. Let me tell you the rest. Okay.
Just going through a list here.
Yeah.
Oh, Tekos! Oh, what a save from LCT. His defense, when he is there, is not an issue, that's for sure. But he has to be there. That has been. Kevin might have to be here as well, and that's going to be a tougher ask with that demo chase on him for a moment there.
He does get the clearance away. It looks a bit like he needs to put the Benny Hill music over that one for a moment, as you saw Kevin running away. A little bit like that, but either way, the ball off the backboard. It's going to be an opportunity here for Tekos. Ocelon keeps the play alive, and Movistar Koi, they are setting up camp in the DreamStation half. They don't want to leave, and they're not going to leave without a reward. And Movistar Koi extend out to a 2-goal lead, 2 minutes 14 to go.
DreamStation just removed from the net there as well. It's definitely going to go in. Movistar Koi aren't going to just miss. I don't want to say that. I don't want. I've got to now. I've got to finish my sentence. They don't miss open nets. Now they're going to. I've done it. This is on me. I apologize for what you are going to see in the coming 5 minutes of gameplay.
I'm so sorry to Rlcs, because I just feel like it's going to be on him for some reason. I don't know why. It's just he's going to get the ball in front of net. He's going to sky it over the bar, and it's all going to be Gex's fault. And we can all use hashtag blame Gex in chat, and I'm so excited for it. Kevin going to drop this one down. LCT won't be able to collect, because Tho, even with 0 boost, still wins the ball. Will be sent back, and now Rlcs has got a one-on-one with Ocelon. Can he flick it over the top? He wants the butt play. Ocelon, incredibly intelligent. Does he have enough to get back? Double save from the Dutchman. And Gex, that's special.
It is indeed. It's just not special enough from DreamStation right now to push through a line, and they've had good offensive opportunities. That it's the defensive specialties from Movistar Koi that are coming out on top right now as well, because DreamStation are that attacking team. They are prioritizing goals here and not their defense. It comes down to counterattacks from Movistar Koi, and they've been able to do it over and over again. Rlcs now securing ball in midfield, though, with boost. Doesn't turn early enough and gives possession back to Ocelon.
But it will be collected here by Kevin. He just can't get around the side. LCT, big challenge there. Kevin can't get the block. Rlcs has to win that ball. He does, but he sends it right to Movistar Koi. Tekos finds his hat trick. And it does feel sometimes like he is just outrightly stat padding, but sometimes he's also just in the right place. So happens to be Tekos there, who finds the finish, though with an assist. Movistar Koi 4-1 up, and are we going to call this game 1 done, Gex?
Unless you want to predict 3 from Dream Station the next 40 seconds.
I don't.
I'll let you. I can allow you that prediction.
I appreciate it.
I won't take that bet. I'm willing to call this one over. Yes, Dream Station not really at their peak, but again, they are a team that we expect to have poor Game 1 performances. It's almost every time. Last week, they demonstrated that they have the ability to come in with a bit more power, but it will always take that little bit of warm-up here. I don't feel like they came out too poorly from game number 1, but I expect more from a game 2 from them every time.
Yeah, me too, absolutely. So LCT going over the top, looking for some momentum to go into game 2 with, though will deny. Now Tekos and Tho both getting up. A weird double commit kind of turns into a great pass there, and that's the kind of the Movistar Koi way. They make mistakes look like they are intending what they are showing. And Movistar Koi, they said after the first couple of minutes where Dream Station got back into a 1-1 stanza, it really felt like that was a dream from that moment, and Movistar Koi walked past Dream Station in game 1.
Didn't they just? Walking past, I don't know, there was pressure put onto Koi to make good plays, and the goals may have looked easy, but they did have to open the net, and there was a lot of net opening going on there. Dream Station got pulled out of that net time and time again, and while a few shots were slotted on there, Movistar Koi just took their chances when Dream Station weren't able to defend. It wasn't necessarily poor defense from Dream Station, in my opinion. It was largely Movistar Koi putting that pressure on to force the errors.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is something that Movistar Koi do exceptionally well, is they do force errors onto their opponents, right? And that is why when you're playing against a team like Koi, you can't make your own mistakes. You have to play a perfect game of Rocket League because they're going to force you to make those mistakes anyway. So Koi do take game 1. They do take the lead in the series, but I do think Dream Station showed a little bit. As I say, in the first kind of half of that game, I was impressed by the way that they were countering the aggression that Koi were bringing in. They were able to get those clearances. They were able to send the ball long. Hopefully, Dream Station can find more of what they had in that first half in the entire game of Game 2.
Of the kickoff from Dream Station here, though. Strats coming out, and they do get it to their opponent's side, and even the backboard there, but a big boom out before they can ever make a shot viable. Oslon up, going to be beaten by LCT here. If they can lock this in, Dream Station are looking very good with their aggression off the bat in game number 2.
Yeah, they are. Tho pops it forwards. Rlcs over to that right-hand side. Kevin brings it through. He's got Tekos to beat. He's actually going to leave it for LCT. Kevin was quite going to be able to pull that one through. There's a bump on the play. A shot in. LCT. He takes a shot one end. He makes a save at the other. He is everywhere for Dream Station. Ball into the middle, but Tho blocked off by LCT again. Rlcs. Really seen enough from him so far this series in that game 1, and there's another opportunity where he could have got around the player. Admittedly, didn't have any boost, and now Tekos looks for the top corner, but he sends it into the sidewall instead. Oh, caught a bit off guard there is Kevin. He will get the clearance.
It's midfield play, which I like. The back and forth is a good look, and Dream Station are holding to it. Rlcs looking for a pass. Kevin, can he find it? Yes, but not to anywhere usable. Tho down to Oslon, and they find a clear out that is very threatening right now. Counter-attack from Movistar Koi, shut down. Rlcs followed it into the corner, now stuck on backboard as LCT gets the clear downfield. It is a redirect. Kevin, can he backboard? No, he can't find the angle.
Nice idea. Kevin's so close to making that one work. But unfortunately, Dream Station still remain goalless. So do Movistar Koi, though, and we're almost 2 minutes into Game 2. Tho taking it through. Rlcs couldn't read it. Tho gets bumped out the way. Kevin tries to send a goal into his own net, but Rlcs, he's found a gap. He's found the shot. He's found the goal. I said he'd been quiet. He wakes up now. And this is lovely from Dream Station.
Doesn't it feel like the step up always comes from Rlcs when the team needs it? DreamStation's best performances, Rlcs has led the charge in offense. He is quick to make that move, but he has to be on point. He has to be on that game, and he is right now. LCT nearly able to slot that one away. Rlcs available again here. Can he make anything of it? Yes, that's an amazing pass. Beat Ocelon, but Tekos just picks it up.
Yeah, now looking for the pretty much a Goomba stomp there. He doesn't find it, but it's so much aggression from Movistar Koi. All three of them in the DreamStation half, even with limited boost, they still believe that they have the reaction speed to be able to get up to any long balls that come through. Pass into the middle, Ocelon doesn't get there. Tekos over to the left side, and you do worry that DreamStation are kind of turtling a little bit. Are they just saying, we've got that 1-0 lead, we're going to try and hold on to it? Because other teams have tried that strategy against Movistar Koi. It's not worked very well for them.
It's so hard to find a strategy that does work against Koi. I mean, the gaps are few and far between, but locking them in here, putting the demos on, getting those gaps forming, it's a hard ask, but it's got to be the right choice. LCT pushing now. Rlcs to pick it up. That backboard looking vulnerable, but nobody willing to push early onto a DreamStation, trying to hold a lead. Maybe a little too hard right now. I can't see a minute 40 being safe territory against Movistar Koi with only a single goal lead.
Yeah, it never is. It never is. Even with 2 goals, I would say it's a bit dangerous. You've still got to come out of your shell against a team like Movistar Koi, because their attacks can be so dangerous. But hang on a moment, though!
Shoot it!
Able to make the save somehow.
For an eternity! What just happened? It was basically a rule 1 on the only defender, and LCT's like, gonna go the slow dribble play. That's the choice here.
I need to take some time and find the far corner. Make sure that I get this ball exactly where it needs to be. It's unfortunate. Should be 2-0. Is not. As now Tekos moves down that right-hand side out of the corner, finds the pass, gets their first as though.
All right.
LCT able to get the clearance. Sure, buddy. If you want to say that, sure. Yeah, they're all right. Oh my goodness, no capitalization. Finally!
Ball! He's on it again. When LCT fails, Rlcs steps up. That's the story of DreamStation. But I don't feel like it's necessarily a failure. In most scenarios, I would have approved LCT taking that time to slow down everything. I feel like he hadn't realized the situation. It's the only realistic scenario for why that would have happened. And LCT has proven that he can just bang a ball on target when needed, for sure. Just an unfortunate moment there, but they get it back. 2-goal lead now, and a really good look into game number 2. DreamStation, I gave them a game out of this, and this could be at least one here. If they get it this early in the series, they may even be able to get a second.
Reaction from LCT, but though sends it back. Ocelon off the backboard, tries to get it down, and somehow they are able to get this break, and DreamStation win 3-0. 6 seconds left on the clock. And this is what I was talking about before the game, Gex, where if DreamStation are able to frustrate Movistar Koi, make it feel like today's not their day and they're not able to get things moving in their favor, their mental can be their biggest enemy. And I feel like it will start to be at this point, because you know for a fact they're coming into game 3 with vengeance on their mind.
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing is that they would have had that against the entire region after losing the last one. Like, the last Open. It was going to be the Open of revenge from Koi. They are going to be pushing for everything here. That's the pressure they're under. It's that performance that needs to be corrected here. They have to perform well. And yet, here we are with DreamStation not only winning this, not only getting 3 goals against them, but shutting them out completely. No goals allowed in from Movistar Koi, and that is a crazy start to be saying within one season of their appearance.
Yeah, we've got Boyo over to the side, who will be enjoying this one. I do want to wonder, when was the last time that Movistar Koi was shut out against anyone other than Virtus Pro? I don't remember it happening in the entire season. Certainly not on mainstream. I mean, this is something that happens so unfrequently. It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, not outside of Virtus Pro anyway. Virtus Pro is the only team I could see that. But when they have their series, it's like 1 goal, 2 goals maximum per game for the vast majority of their games together. So those shutouts are easy to do when there's only 1 goal in a game. You're taking that in overtime sometimes. That was not the case here. A 3-0 is unheard of from the Apac native teams here. This is the step up we've been looking for. This is what I was hoping for.
We've always known since this team was formed that DreamStation's ceiling was incredibly high. We've known that their output could be absolutely incredible if they were able to bring it together and all be at 100% on the same day. It looks like this is about as close as we're going to get to that DreamStation for the season. Of course, we've still got tomorrow to come. But Movistar Koi, I mean, there's a real argument to say that they might have been looking past DreamStation in this game. Fact of the matter is, they cannot do that anymore. They know they're in a game. They know that they have just been, not just beaten, but I would dare say embarrassed in game number 2. They are going to desperately try and bring this back now. Game number 3, DreamStation. If they're able to keep them out for 2 minutes or so, Movistar Koi are going to get very, very scared.
Movistar Koi scared. We've seen the result of that in the past. I mean, you've seen them scared against 2 teams now. Not only Virtus Pro, but Kinotrope scared them last week. If another team steps up to do that, it is likely to be DreamStation. It's the only other name here that I could think about doing that.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I was just looking at the Open 5 matches that Movistar Koi were playing in, and yeah, the only team that they lost without scoring to were VP. Oh. But there we go. There it is, the breakthrough. Movistar Koi, their business has been resumed as normal. And though causing problems on the backline, Sekos, I mean, a double tap is never easy, but that's going to be one of the easier ones that he's able to pull off, and it's 1-0.
Yeah, that's... Though being a menace there, Movistar Koi, you said they'd be angry. There's the revenge. They're taking it in the form of just completely opening the DreamStation net. They will be feeling that one, but I feel like DreamStation are probably in pretty good states right now mentally, and that's always a scary look. DreamStation confident is terrifying, and they generated that out of seemingly nothing in game number 2, which is exactly what we've that's what we wait for as a sign that a series is going to be well played out of them.
You know what drives me crazy, though? What drives me crazy is that DreamStation being so full today. We've seen that in that game number 2. But, like, I can just see it tomorrow. They show up and they go out sick, like if they lose this game. That just feels like a very DreamStation thing to do. They might not even go down to top 6, though. Kevin wants to push them over the line. And this is a wonderful, wonderful team goal. And where Tho was causing problems in the backline earlier, it's LCT causing problems in the backline for Koi.
And that has been classically Rlcs' role in the team. Last season particularly, he was massively just a menace when he was teaming with LCT. He made those openings for LCT to, again, just be taking up the roles. He's not normally the one in. He usually is the mech heavy, or even the clip hitter for the team. But he's realized now that he just has to be a part of this team and take up the slack wherever it is. And right there, what was needed was a bump, was the chaos, and he caused it so well, opening that up. It still took a monumental effort from Kevin, though. That was an unbelievable goal from him. And my goodness, the transition downfield is quick, to say the least. 134k an hour from there? You're joking!
These breakaways from DreamStation are so clinical. He finds the bottom right corner. I mean, it pretty much, went into that probably bottom right corner. Either way, he didn't really need to. He had the speed on the ball. It was a wonderful infield pass. They don't throw it away immediately. There is something to be said, not just about this game, but about this series. Ball over to the right-hand side. Tekos will leave it to Tho. He's not got any boost. Tekos does. And he will be able to steal that away from Kevin. The retreat is sounded. Ocelon taking a shot, but it's just not enough pace on it. Certainly not in as much pace as Rlcs was able to get on his shot a moment ago, and the clearance is in. DreamStation, if they keep doing that, getting the saves and then clearing the ball, they're going to be perfectly happy in this game. They're not perfectly happy because Tekos is on the other side.
LCT, I feel like he made the right choice on this challenge. He gets to it. It's just so well read, drops down, and somehow still in the net. I thought it might bounce high for a moment, but DreamStation 2-2 here. It's a good fight back from Movistar Koi, but the fact we're even talking about it being a fight back is significant for this region, for this series, and certainly for DreamStation.
Yeah, and ball into the middle, dealt with by LCT for the moment as Rlcs now comes down the left-hand side to cause some chaos himself. He is the OG chaos maker in the region, and Kevin wanted to go across the front again. Ball off the backboard, it's missed by everybody. And Movistar Koi, they still have possession. Onto the far side, ball down the right. They'll get it off the side. LCT takes the demo, but was it for the greater good? Kevin moving out of the corner, Rlcs going by. And the recovery is in. Oh no, the counter might be there from Movistar Koi. DreamStation get back in time.
Oh, pass out. I'm loving these short plays here. A lot of control coming out of DreamStation. LCT looking to get involved. Does bump, though, with the ball into his own corner here. Can they get control back? They need to form an attack off this. 23 seconds on the clock, and it's counting down, looking like overtime, but there is chances. DreamStation trying to find enough control to get that attack threatening. The midfield is looking scary to Movistar Koi right now, but they can shut it down. DreamStation still in control, but only barely. It's going to break away here. One chance for Movistar Koi. Can they win this, or will it need overtime? It's looking like OT will be the scenario as it drops low. Will it find ground? It's up still. How has it found the air? Rlcs still on it. It goes across. That might bounce up again. Kevin keeps it high. LCT
surely not.
Shot is low, and they let it find ground. OT well earned by DreamStation, but they have had the better of this game.
Certainly the better of the end of this game, no doubt about that. They were the ones in the ascendancy right there. Rlcs going to try and get in front. Tekos will meet him, win the 50 down the left side. Kevin does really well to get past Tho on the second time. Tekos still getting across. It feels like he is the gap filler right now for Movistar Koi when Tho and Ocelon kind of fade out of the play. It always seems to be Tekos who covers. Tho's there in net though. He makes a save. The clearance downfield. Tho's gone ahead. He tries to get the redirect. Kevin will be able to make it across, and DreamStation can build another attack. Musty flick through from LCT, doesn't get all of it. And it should be dealt with by Movistar Koi. Not very easily, big demo, but the counterplay is on. Ocelon takes a shot, good save coming up from Kevin.
Tekos not in full control of that, but it does make its way forward and finds a bump in the back end of that play. Rlcs in behind it again. Great read for it, and DreamStation in control again, coming out of their half now. Tekos with an early challenge, but it's back to LCT. Kevin underneath, can't find it. Ocelon too early. Tho now to try for the solo play off the backboard, can't find it. It's Kevin at the last moment.
And you can see it in the way that they're playing. Movistar Koi are getting very frustrated now. They feel like this game probably should have been wrapped up earlier. And they are starting to push a lot of resources forwards. And the benefit that we've seen, the main great play of DreamStation so far today has been those counterattacks when Movistar Koi have given them the opportunity. Ball still gets across, though denied. There's another opportunity. It's bounced down. It's off the crossbar. Movistar Koi within inches. But they've not found the finish just yet. Maybe they will now. Tekos double. Yeah, that's what he does, isn't it?
Well, he even looked for the backboard a second time there. He knew the defense was incoming. LCT on his way up. He finds it to the crossbar. It is placement perfection. Movistar Koi, they scrape by with that win, though, and it does give me confidence there's another game in this yet for DreamStation. Movistar Koi were always the favorites for this match, but I get excited when the underdog has that look in, and that was a big look in for DreamStation.
Huge. Absolutely huge. I mean, on the desk, none of us gave DreamStation more than a game in this series. I think now, after watching those first 3 games, we would give them significantly more. I mean, we could be looking at a game 7 here if everything continues the way that it is. If this man continues playing the way he is, though, Tekos, I mean, he is... I struggle to find the words to describe the way that Tekos plays here in the APAC region, because he always finds something. He is just that player that whenever you need something from Movistar Koi, whenever you need something in your team, he will put together a solo play for you every single time.
Absolutely. LCT used to be that player, but I feel like it just... the regions and Rocket League itself caught up to him. And now it's a struggle to do that, particularly when you've got these import players coming in. They're bringing what Europe has to offer. You then have to step up your game. If you're going to be that solo master, you've got to beat players of another caliber right now. They are beating those players, but solo plays are few and far between. It is a team game here, but a win is a win, frankly. If DreamStation can make their wins, they can be the better team, but it's very hard to look at this game and go, oh, two games down in this series, when you consider game 1, and where I want to count it out so badly because DreamStation just takes so long to warm up in that first game. Outside of that, it has been a very different series. It has been a very different, very even series between this, even in the losing match of that last game from DreamStation.
Yeah, I was going to say it's arguable to say that no one has challenged Movistar Koi quite like DreamStation are right now. I had forgotten briefly about the Kinotrope performance in Open 5. But, I mean, this is kind of the proof, right? You know?
Yeah.
Open 1, 2, 3, and even 4, no one was getting close to the VPs and the Movistar Kois. We were seeing sweeps every single time these two teams were taking to the field. Now, as we come to the end of the season,
Kevin.
these kind of second-tier teams in the region, the 3rd to 4th to 5th places in the region, are really taking it to the big teams, and they might actually get ahead. Kevin finding the faces apt on this one. Beautiful play.
I don't know what just happened to Kevin, but he's just come into game 4. He's like, guys, I'm going to get out of defense. I want a goal. Can I have a goal? LCT's like, yeah, you can have a goal. Let's get you a goal. Yeah. And they just get him a goal. It's that simple, really. Just ask.
Ask and you shall receive. That's the way it works, right?
Exactly.
Ball over to the far side. Ocelon will intercept, and once again, Movistar Koi playing with a chip on their shoulder, playing with anger and revenge on their minds. But once again, they can be prone to overcommitting when they are in that mindset. Ball being played back. Ocelon into the corner. LCT will be able to clear. Needs to win that 50. Going 50 on it is not too bad a result either, as ball played over to the far side. Ocelon out of the corner. LCT stuck like a statue on the back, but will be able to get the clearance, and the counter is on.
DreamStation with chances again here. They continually push the line, and they will break it. LCT gets the puncher right through.
How have we almost already played 2 minutes in this game? It feels like it just started. And DreamStation are 2-0. I don't understand how time works, but 3 minutes 9 seconds. DreamStation 2-0 up. Movistar Koi. I mean, surely that's not going to be 3. It very nearly was. Rlcs almost finds the bottom left-hand corner. Ocelon. Here's the ball down the right-hand side. Looking to take it through off the top. It's just too heavy for anyone to really do anything with. Rlcs being that menace, being that kind of body shield for the goal. Making it work. Ball over to the corner. Should be cleared away here by Rlcs. And DreamStation aren't going to mind having the ball in their defensive end too much if they have possession. It's when they start to lose those 50s in the backlines that they will start to panic. But for now, we're halfway through the game. DreamStation 2 up.
I'm stuck on the audacity to just be like, oh yeah, it feels so much faster than that Boba T versus Verstappen series from earlier, right? That's what you're really thinking, yeah. The audacity.
You're reading into that. That's outrageous.
That's words in your mouth, right? That's
That's the definition of absolutely just deciding to hear something that you want to hear, not something
script.
that was actually said.
It
is your script. Yeah, it's your show. We're just living in it.
Exactly. LCT stuck on the fence. He gets it to the crossbar. It might get back to this as well, though with so little boost. Reaches it. keeps it from one defender, but Kevin just backs it up.
And Tekos, though, this is the man, once we've already said, who provides those solo plays for Movistar, who's can turn a game on its head at the drop of a dime. Ball into the middle from Kevin. Rlcs taking it through. Tekos reads it well. He wins the second 50. He's been given the freedom of the backboard. Never something you want to do. But it is cleared away by DreamStation off the backboard again. So, looking for Arcelon. But a win there by Kevin. And he takes it through as well. He's found an opportunity, but the shot is not powerful enough. Good save by Thurn.
Well, ball on his own here, though. Tekos, he's won these before. What a save. Rlcs reads the touch. LCT nearly gets the redirect downfield. It's just off post. Had that been right inside, or had the respawn come through on the opposite side, we might have been away with something there for DreamStation as a third again. And that would have put them in the same position as that 3-0 that they got before. How are they winning games off of shutouts? Exclusively.
And I think that word is important, right? Like, if you're winning games off of shutouts and it's 1 or 2,
yeah,
fine. It happens, right? Some teams don't have that ability to come back in those games. But it's ridiculous, just continuously being able to shut Movistar Koi out on the even games. It's 2 and 4 so far.
It's off.
Almost. That is
it's
off.
Still off. They're shutting themselves out now. It's fine. DreamStation don't have to put the work in.
I'll tell you what's happening here is Movistar Koi want to play RLCS on hard mode. That's what's happening. They're just deciding to lose every
It's
even game.
my fault. I said that they never miss open nets. Why did I say that? That's on me.
That's true. It's on you.
I'll take responsibility. DreamStation with another shutout, though, and a second game in the series, beating all of our predictions immediately.
Yeah, I'd very much like when we come back to caster cams an into the camera apology from Gex for destroying this series as a whole. No, this has been a fantastic series. Let's not get it twisted. DreamStation now 3-0 and 2-0 in games 2 and 4 respectively. Movistar Koi had to go to OT in that game 3. DreamStation, it's empirical in front of you. The facts are there. Have been the better team in this series.
Yeah, I mean, especially if you do take into consideration that warm-up period of Game 1. You take that out of the question, they would be up right now. If they could correct that, the next season, that's the answer. Come in with that warmth already in. You've got to make Game 1's yours. If that answer was there, we may be looking at a totally different series here, and it's already competitive enough to be a thrill to talk about right now.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, you basically got 7 months to warm up. That's what you're saying. You got to slowly increase the temperature. In your hands. You got a good long while. Long. Yeah, it might. Yeah, it might. But this is the thing. Like, I don't know that I see this team particularly disbanding in the off season. They have a very, very good chemistry. They look really good on the field together. They're taking it to one of the best teams playing in the region. What more can you ask for? You build together for the next 7 months. You build that chemistry more and more. You start to work out exactly how you can win games. Come back and stomp Apac 2026. That's the answer. Hang on a moment. Early goal, Kevin. He finds the first goal again.
Yeah, and I mean, not just finds it, I think he absolutely obliterated the net. Like, the back of that net shattered on a kickoff goal. DreamStation, straight off the bat, it took 2 seconds. 2 seconds, and we've got a lead back for the Apac natives again. Tekos trying to handle it. And it's Rlcs to bat it out to the corner again.
And this, you just feel, can be... hang on a moment.
What?
Tekos. I mean, your question is valid because, well, LCT, where are you going? I think that's the question that we've all got to ask ourselves. Where? I think he's off on a trip to Neverland. I don't know why he's going over into the corner then.
Can I just ask, please, DreamStation, Koi, stop ruining my script? I've worked hard on this. LCT with a pinch there with Rlcs on a net that was open, I believe. Back pass here to Rlcs. Tekos underneath it with no boost. Beats the challenge. It might just be in. Off the crossbar it comes. And a sigh of relief from DreamStation.
I say oh no there because that would have been such hard luck for either team if that goes against you. Like, you you win that 50, and you just see it going ahead towards your own net, and you're like, oh no, oh dear. But luckily it hits the crossbar.
Your hands are just thrown up. Whatever happens at this point, it's not your fault. It's not your responsibility. Physics has taken over.
You go to the school of Shaggy. It wasn't me. And this one off the top. That was that an own goal? I think Ocelon might have just got in front, but Movistar Koi, they turn defense into offense in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, no, Ocelon getting in there. Actually, I think, I mean, regardless, the touch would have been on target. However, LCT would have probably come out in time to save had it only been a DreamStation member touch there. But it was not. Movistar Koi there to capitalize. They back each other up on every play, and it is a tough thing to hold against. DreamStation have had really good defense, you've got to say, to be able to hold shutout leads in 2 games now in this series. It'd be hard to imagine 2 games against them like that in this season before this point, let alone in a singular series.
Yeah, for sure. And that is where we've seen the development of the region, right? It's there for all to see. Ball off the backboard, and now Kevin gets the clearance. Teko's going to be forced to go back towards his own net. Probably his least favorite part about Rocket League, knowing how offensive and attacking he is. Every time he gets sent back, he's like, oh man, got to play defense for a moment. That sucks. So coming through, ball up into the air. It should be cleared away here by Kevin.
Rocks.
Yeah.
Mumbling in the background.
Mumbling,
Charlie Brown music starts playing. Dun, dun, dun.
Yeah, I'm not going to be able to follow that through. I mean, Kevin going to try and look for the pass. It's a nice pass to Ballerice. He catches. He goes over the top. It's LCT following through. Not quickly enough. And also long
The bump was good. Had he trusted the bump a little more, that would have been through. A shot direct on target would have followed through that bump straight into the net. Ballerice might be able to capitalize. Regardless, though, look at the angle on that. Ballerice curving it straight towards that left corner where DreamStation waits to pick it up again, but it's back in their half. Ballerice thought he might go for the EU clear there, but takes it into possession again. They are looking to keep this close every single time.
Yeah, they are playing possession Rocket League, which is something that's
great.
I don't think we've seen a lot in the Wow, that is insane. How do you find that angle? That is ludicrous. Just, it has to be perfect. Like, the gap in the goal from that angle is the size of the ball. Like, if you miss a pixel either side, there's no way that's going in, and that's Tekos.
Saying that, DreamStation should have had somebody back post. There was a triple commit past front post there. It was a big overcommit from them there. They're not taking the defense seriously after they get a dominant win. It seems to be a problem. They're almost overconfident against Movistar Koi right now, which is a ludicrous thing to say.
Yeah, imagine saying that statement at the start of the season. That's, certainly would not have come through, but I think you're right. I think they build their confidence, right, in the games that they win. They win them confidently. They win them convincingly. And then, they get the following game. They're like, well, we can beat these guys, so let's just kind of mess around a little bit, and there's an opportunity. What a save from Tho. How has he got across there? I mean, the shot didn't have a lot of power on it in the first place, but still, to have the wherewithal to get up and make that save, very, very impressive from the Dutchman. With just over a minute to go, there's still 2 goals in it. The DreamStation, every time they've gone forwards recently, it has been pushed away by the side of Movistar Koi, and they've got one more chance here. Tekos back forward, just trying to maybe force that one in. Couldn't do so.
Yeah, and with that minute left as well, you start to consider the fact that you've seen they have the ability to get a kickoff goal against Movistar Koi as well. Like, any goal here could trigger 2. It is possible, but every second that ticks down now, that pressure rises, and it's so hard to do it again. And that is probably the nail in the coffin there. Movistar Koi up by 3 here, and will be going into game point if there is anything to be said about it. I think it is only a leader into next game, and DreamStation trying to get back their confidence again.
Yeah, I mean, the crazy thing there is you just watch the replay, right? Just as the ball finds Tho, the boost amounts for DreamStation were 8, 7, and 4. That is the amount of boost that they each had in the tank to make that defensive play. It's just not going to happen, and that is due to the over-aggression from Movistar Koi. A fantastic save from Rlcs. Maybe the counter-attack could bear fruit, and no! Tekos, with the Charlie Brown music playing in the background because he had to make a save. He does make the save, and it's 4-1 with 5 seconds to go. This is game number 5 going the way of Movistar Koi.
Yeah, somehow I don't feel like Tekos is walking around kicking rocks after that one. There may have been some defensive play forced out of Tekos there, but that does attest to the fact that this is a good series. These teams are matched up at a level where defense is needed from all 3 players. You have to play as a full team, and that has been a challenge for Koi when it comes to Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro have had them on team play, but Dream Station is another story, and they've been able to conquer 2 games here. They're now on game point. Can they do it a 3rd time? They will absolutely need it. It is going to be so tough to conquer mentally now, because going into this, there was no pressure on them. There was no expectation. Now that they've got 2 games, it's in winnable territory, and they're going, oh my goodness, we could take a series win against Movistar Koi here.
Yeah, and they absolutely could. I'm just looking back through the statistics, and every time that Dream Station have won, they've had 4 or more demos against the opposition. Every time they've lost, it's 2 or fewer. So there's a very clear kind of method to the madness there. Dream Station just not being as aggressive in those games that they lose. They're not getting those demos. They're not getting the bumps. They're not disrupting the way that Movistar Koi are playing as much as they would like to. And that is what's causing the problem. That is what's making it difficult for them to make those defensive plays. There are too many players on the other side of the field.
That last one, they actually did only get 2 demos on it, but I feel like they played that one out very differently as well. Dream Station had to readjust because Movistar Koi made their adjustments, and that's going to be one of the things to struggle against with these absolute top-level teams. Their adjustment into a totally different gameplay style, they can just do that same style almost as well as what they were comfortably in to begin with, and you then have to take that time, which may take you a little longer to do the same thing.
Yeah, and that is absolutely one of the problems facing the top teams in the region. LCT playing it over to the left, but he's got no boost to work with. He will go for the steal into the back corner. Not before Tekos can bring this one long. He gets the reset. Tekos just so clean with it. Clearance does come through here for LCT down the left side, but once again, like, the clearance takes up all of the boost, and then he's got absolutely nothing to make an offensive play with. There's a chance for an offensive play here. LCT sat back a little bit, can't get past Tekos. A great 50 being played.
I mean, at least LCT did go for the boost in the corner, and it left Tekos with nothing there. I thought that was going to get them back in offense dominantly, but it's straight back into their half, and they capitalize off it as well. Koi working a clear off of no boost, and then just turning it into team play and slotting it into the tiniest gap on net.
So close to getting the save, just needed to be a little bit quicker on the scene, but they do slot it home, and now Movistar Koi looking to see out this series. It's been an incredible series, really, coming through from Dream Station. But we do look at the scoreboard, we do look at the game's score as well, and we do see that maybe even one of Dream Station's best performances of the season might not be enough against the import roster of Movistar Koi. The ball is played across, and we're not going to read their obituary just yet. 3 minutes 20 to go. They can still find a goal. They've proven it many, many times before.
Kevin coming off ceiling here, looked for a challenge, but with no boost, can't get low enough. Rlcs out 50, goes straight to Kevin though. He's going to try for the backboard. A shot on target, top right would have found it. He wanted to complicate that to try and make more of an opening. I feel like they just needed to shoot that one.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, Kevin trying to get the backboard. The thing with Movistar Koi is they're never going to give you the backboard for free. They've proven that time and time again. They know that is the prime resource that they can use both offensively and defensively, and they make it work. The backboard again, once again, it's being saved away off that backboard. And Dream Station maybe just struggling to adapt to the way that the defense is being shown from Movistar Koi, as though Gets past one, tries to get the pinch middle. Good clearance away by Rlcs, and now Kevin. That one not so good on the clearance, but eventually LCT does come back to make a save. The 51, the drop down. Ocelon hits the crossbar. Somehow Movistar Koi don't double their lead.
And DreamStation, they've had their opportunities off the demo attempts as well. But we saw earlier Rlcs fire one off target to try and make an opening that was there when a bump was already going on. LCT clearing the way. It just happened again moments ago. DreamStation could have scored that with a shot on target, but they went to backboard, which was covered again. You have to put the trust in that bump. If it's commed, if it's there, then it has to be likely.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Follow the comms. And if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But at least...
It's not on you that the bump doesn't come through, but you've got to trust it's there.
Yeah, for sure. You have to have trust in your teammates that if they say they are getting a bump on the backline, you use that information to your advantage. You don't try and get that ball off the backboard. If there's a bump coming through, just take the shot, get it on target. And then, as you say, if the bump doesn't come through, that's not on you. The shot is just going to... get saved, and you have to reset up on the back.
And 90% of the time, that bump is going to force an awkward defense out of them anyway. You're not going to find a massive clear there. You're probably going to have a second attempt available to you if you put that on target still. It's not going to be the boom away and the transition upfield unless you're very unlucky. So it is the right choice to use your team when they're available. And that is has lacked in 2 opportunities for DreamStation here, and they're going to have to turn that around with no time left on the board and on death's door here, and it might not be happening. Techoz gets one more, a 2-0 lead, 35 seconds left, and they might be able to just hold this one and drain that clock out from here on out.
Gex, I'd like to dub this game specifically in this series the backboard game. Watch this game back. If you're trying to learn how to use the backboard properly and also how to take it away from your opponent, because Movistar Koi are doing that absolutely perfectly. They do not allow DreamStation a free double touch off that backboard, and they always are able to take backboard opportunities when they are granted. There's another opportunity. Ocelon doesn't have the boost to get there, but you see the vision, you see the way that they're playing. And that's exactly how they're going to come through and win this game. 8 seconds remaining. I don't think DreamStation have a say in it. Off the backboard here, once again, Ocelon proving the point. Getting up, pushing it to the corner, taking time off the clock. Movistar Koi win the series.
Yeah, it was always likely, but DreamStation, I got to say, they put into question whether they can actually make a full series out of that. It wasn't really a question for. The answer was no. So that question is a massive improvement for them. It also puts into question where third in this region is, because Kinotrope, for me, were far and away the better team there before, but now this is a similar performance. The opportunities were there, and DreamStation at their peak, they looked better than any team just about has against Movistar Koi. An unbelievable series with 2 shutout games from DreamStation. It just seemed like the moment they got any doubt into their head, that was where it came in. It's been the consistent problem for them, but if they can just hold to the mentality they have when they're 3-0 up in a game, then they're going to be able to play that game over and over again. But Movistar Koi, they play their standard game, they play their consistency, and they bring through that consistent win.
I mean, you do have to also remember a little bit that the way that teams approach a game is different depending on the scoreline, right? Like, if you are losing, you'll approach the game differently to if you're winning, and vice versa. So putting Movistar Koi on the back foot by 1 or 2 goals is going to force Movistar Koi to play in a different way than they would if they were 1-0 up or drawing 0-0. So it's just that adaptation that isn't coming through right now from the side of DreamStation. They will get another chance to run through the lower bracket tomorrow. Still made top 6, still very impressive, and they will be playing Verstappen. Is it Verstappen? No, Zen Esports tomorrow.
Yes, yeah, they will be
Zen
dropping down
Esports tomorrow,
to
so,
play Zen Esports. Yeah,
that will be an interesting game. I'm excited for that one.
I do like Dream Station's chances on that one after they played today. I mean, the last time we dropped them down to the lower bracket, it was off a disappointing loss, and I think they carried that mentality out. I think this one they will be happy with as well. I would be disappointed if they didn't come out of this happy with this result, regardless of the loss. But anyway, they won it off of great rotations, great 50s. By the way, 50s is not a reference to the chance of that ball going your way. It is a reference to Wine's age. We will see you after the break. Hello and welcome back again to Apac Rlcs. We are going into our last one of the day, but not the weekend. We have one more day left before we head off to Raleigh and this match now. But that last one, we'll talk about that first because I feel like that has some major significance. It was Movistar Koi versus Dream Station. Boyo, you got to view that from the sidelines, and I'm sure you've got some impressions and takes to give because, yeah, a lot of excitement out of that.
I mean, I'm certainly excited watching Dream Station in that match. Even though they lost, I'm still really excited by them. I'm excited by the prospects of someone else beating Koi because this time in general, this whole like regional has been really, really close. They went to Game 5 in the group stage against Verstappen. They went to Game 6 here. They went to Game 5 in the Swift stage as well. Like, teams are getting close to them now, and I think I made the kind of question last time, but do they make the grand finals? I think this could be the time, but they might not. But we're going to have to see if that does become the case, because both teams they could be coming up against, every option they could be coming up against is at a really close series against Koi before, if not beat them. So maybe this thing will be different. Speaking of that, we have to find out who'll be playing against them, Rhino.
Well, that's exactly right, and we are going to take a look at the final game today, which of course is going to be Virtus.pro versus Kenotrope, and I mean, if the last time these two teams matched up is anything to go by, this should be an absolute belter. We know Kenotrope have stepped up so much recently. We know Virtus.pro are the kings of the region. This really is going to go down to the wire.
It comes down to how many games can you take from Virtus.pro right now. They are the step up from Movistar Koi, and the likelihood is here. I mean, they're the overwhelming favorites for this match. I don't think there's any secret about that. We have to make our predictions, but I'm pretty sure you would be able to guess from home what we're gonna pick here. However, Kinotrope made their statement against Koi. I think that there are games to be taken, so I'm gonna go with VP here. But I am giving at least a game to Kinotrope, and that's more than I would give just about anybody else in this region.
I'm going to go VP as well. I find that Kinotrope have a really good chance in this lower bracket. I am standing by if you're going to see Kinotrope in the grand finals, but I think VP win it here.
Yeah, I got to agree with the other people on the desk. The power of the polar bear is just too strong right now, and I think Virtus.pro are going to be able to get that one over the line. But as I agree with everybody else, Kinotrope, I'm actually going to give them 2 games, I think.
Oh,
2 games? Ooh, I like that.
2 games.
Oh, nice.
How many was it last Open that they took against Koi? It was 2 there as well, wasn't it?
2 against Koi, yeah.
And an overtime. So very, very similar to what DreamStation just pulled off there. So Virtus.pro, though, they are that step up. I would love to see them be able to take that 2 against Virtus.pro. They've had the extra 2 weeks to practice to get that extra little bit they will need to take that. And I think it's doable. I'm hoping for your outcome there, Rhino, but you guys get to see it out as well, so let's see it on. I'll see you on the other side of this match. Take it away.
Thank you, guys. Finally getting rid of that Australian guy. Oh, he's still here. Nothing. Anyway, he's gone. Okay,
He's
finally
gone.
rid of that Australian guy, and lucky for that for us, we get to see 2 great teams come up against each other here, Virtus.pro and Kinotrope, in our final best of 7 of the day. The winner will make it to top 4. The loser goes down to that top 6 side against Verstappen. I stand by it. I think Kinotrope are the 3rd best team in the region right now, and I think they're going to be pushing for 2nd. But DreamStation, of course, have really kind of brought that into question. But how much can they compete against the Virtus.pro? Virtus.pro, should I remind you that if they win this series, they have guaranteed Major and they have guaranteed Worlds. They have not guaranteed it yet. Very, very close though.
Yeah.
With 1 win the rest of this tournament, they have guaranteed their Major spot. It's a major qualification match for them, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the moment where they could mathematically lock in their spot at the Raleigh Major. A lot of people have them down as our representative anyway, but this is really the opportunity for them to cement it, lock it in, and so you can have all the social media posts you want about the facts that you will officially be going to Raleigh. There is an argument, though, to say, I kind of want Kinotrope to win this game just from the storylines that it could weave tomorrow. I want to see some of those games.
Tomorrow could get weird if Kinotrope win this one, which would be fun. That's why I was kind of hoping the DreamStation would win there, just because tomorrow will be really, really odd in that way. We have a little head-to-head here, Furlash versus Sosa. Furlash almost beating Sosa in every stat, just except the goals scored. Another stat that's not mentioned on here that I want to mention about Furlash is demos. He has been the most demoing player in the region by like a considerable margin as well. But I've been really, really impressed by him on this team. Realise as well, kind of getting a top performance on the Kinotrope side. They've really, really impressed me in recent time.
Yeah, he has. I mean, you can look at some of these here, and this is from that Movistar Koi game in the last Open. I mean, Kinotrope looked so good. Almost took it all the way through to game number 7. They just unfortunately fell short at the final hurdle. But Furlash has been exceptional. But you talk about exceptional. You talk about a man who's kind of got a team on his back. It is Sosa over on the side of Virtus.pro. His average saves are low, and that's mainly, well, not low, but they're lower than Furlash because you've got Catalysm back there. Look at this from Sosa. I mean, Sphinx oftentimes is the kind of supporting player to Sosa's finisher, and this is very evident here in these highlights here.
I mean, another reason why their saves are so low compared to everyone else's, Virtus.pro by quite a considerable margin have the least shots against them per game. They're only getting about 6 shots taken against them per game. The next lowest is Koi with 7. Then Godspeed about 7.2. On the flip side, a team like Kinotrope is getting about 8 shots against them per game. So there's quite a bit of a margin between these two teams here, which is why the save stats is always going to favour the team who generally performs worse. And then on that side for Sosa as well, assists being so low, that's because his teammate Sphinx is the highest assisting player in the league. He is getting the most assists per game constantly. So the whole team kind of rounds out really, really nicely, and Sosa being that kind of attacking player is really rounding out the front end of it.
Yeah, he is. And again, he's just a fantastic player. He has been, at times, that rock in the middle for Virtus.pro that they've needed. The man to kind of play that box-to-box style. He can make saves. He can make shots. He just plays kind of everywhere that he needs to. And we'll see him taking to the field once again alongside his teammates of Sphinx and Catalysm against Furlash, Realize, and Maxu. Kinotrope versus VP, the final game of the final Saturday of the APAC region of RLCS 2025. Let's enjoy it, boyo. This should be great.
It was just last event where Realize was on top once more in the stats. It was second place in goals per game, first place in score per game. He was really doing the most he could in the offensive side, with Furlash and Maxu rounding out in the back end of it. Let's see what they can do this time around. They're against I would say a harder opponent of Virtus.pro, but I don't think they're particularly worried about their opponent. I don't think they care. They're here to try and make the grand final appearance. I mean, we've not seen Realize in particular in a grand final in quite some time here in APAC, and I think he wants to be back where he belongs. He'll get the opening goal. It's off the back of Furlash. Look at this bump on the defender here. Onto the back wall. He just takes him out about a second to spare.
I mean, incredible. Sosa is absolutely making that save and pushing it over into the corner if Furlash does not get across and make that block. So it is 1-0 with 40 seconds gone. Still time, obviously, for Virtus.pro, and that demo is going to cause some problems in the back line for Kinotrope. Ball into the middle again. Maxu going to make the save, playing it across field. He waits on that one, and that's something you absolutely cannot do against Virtus.pro. You can't wait on a ball because they are going to be challenging, if not everything, 90% of things. And Maxu finds it out early in the start of game one.
Shot to net, we saved by Sosa. Here's a follow from Relay, but he gets bumped out the way. It's Sphinx now. Off the side, well, the pass is there to Sosa. I think in the past one, it's Catalysm waiting centre. Now up to the backboard, it's stayed away from Furlash once more. I mean, Virtus.pro never been fully challenged in a series except against Koi. They're closest this time around with losing one game to Jungle Juice. There's nothing really to think too much about. But Kinotrope being the first team I've seen in a while to have a quite convincing start against the Virtus.pro team.
Yeah, Catalysm, what are you doing there, bud? What's that one about? As he was never going to get on the end of that challenge. Maybe the side flip was accidental, but either way, Kinotrope have an empty net to aim at. And they take their second goal, a bump through from Sosa onto Maxu. Furlash dropping it down. Back to Max. Goes over the top, Sphinx with the interception. And the follow through is there from Catalysm. Off the backboard, defense not found from Furlash. But there's not a second man pressed from Virtus.pro. They're sitting a bit further back, and now all of a sudden they're being caught out after not aggressing too much. They aggress too hard at the wrong time. I don't recognize this Virtus.pro roster right now. They're not playing the way that we expect them to. That's more like it. That's what we signed up for. Yeah.
But I mean, but give this a go on the merit of how Virtus.pro are playing, or just the fact that Kinotrope maybe getting a little bit blasé with the defense here. They've left it wide open, and a shotgun I'm going to sink it on in. 2-1 now for Kinotrope's side. I mean, a weird one at that, but they are still in the lead. Keep in mind as well that Virtus.pro have not dropped a game to a team who isn't called Koi, except against Dreamstation where they lost one game just the last regional. That's the only game they've lost to them and Jungle Juicers. Otherwise, only Koi taking a game off them. So, if Kinotrope can find anything here, that's a very big win. Even defending a game or two, that's a big stepping stone.
Yeah, and it was the first sign that we saw from Movistar Koi last week. We said exactly the same thing, right? They hadn't lost a game to anybody outside of Virtus.pro until last week when they lost, if I remember rightly, 1 to Verstappen and 2 to Kinotrope. I believe that to be the case. But, I mean, the aura around these top teams is starting to fade as we get towards the end of the season. Does make you think about back when we had a third split and where that would have gone and how that would have affected each of these teams currently playing. We don't have that system in place anymore. But yeah, it would have been nice to have had an extra, 3 weeks of gameplay now that everyone's starting to figure each other out.
And a player who will be very, very used to this situation is Rlcs. Rlcs was on the old best team in Apac. I remember watching Rlcs when it was Apac North and Apac South splitting. I told the kind of stories before. People wouldn't challenge them. Rlcs would go up for an aerial and people would just be too scared to challenge them. Not because they couldn't, but because they like respected them too much. They had too much respect in Japan. They'd be able to kind of just get away with anything. That's changed, of course, now over time, where players will challenge them and players really do have to fight to win these games. And we see that from Sosa just here off the backboard double touch. But I think a lot of the kind of Virtus Pro and Movistar Koi players had that same kind of aura around them, where people were scared to kind of go against them. So it's going to be hard for these teams to kind of adapt, but they've really started to now.
They have. They really have. But Sosa is adapting his own game as well. I mean, the Canadian going over there, just beautiful. And now another one, looking for the waterfall, sent away by Rlcs, but Sphinx ready to deal with this. Does get bumped off the plate, tries to get back into it, does get a touch on it. Ball sent high. Sosa a little too far back. He's now going to go for the challenge onto Furlash. Catalysm! It's not very often he forays into the attacking third, but when he does, he normally scores, and the German finishes off for 3-2 to VP.
Off the 50 from Sosa to a double touch from Kata. It didn't take long for Virtus Pro to find the lead again. Well, Kino Trope, they started off strong, but can they find anything more for this game? I mean, they've got the time to do so. 30 seconds, only one goal needed, but a hard ask when Virtus Pro have woken up. Furlash going to save that ball away. Here's Rlcs now, getting it past one, and a push upfield. A roll past another. A pass around the corner with what he needs to Maxu. Furlash away centre. Maxu to the corner now. Can he find Furlash this time? The fake. Did he get touch on it anyway by the Virtus Pro attack? They're just passing this ball around the back line right now, but they don't have a care in the world. Thanks to hold it in the midfield now, stall for some time, a little bit longer. Maxu finally going to catch this ball on the 0-second mark. It should fall to the ground here. Furlash will catch, but to the ground it goes. Virtus Pro, they take game one.
And this is something that Virtus Pro have proven that they have time and time again, that, well, certainly not to the same degree, that no other team in the region has. And that is a never say die, never know that they're beaten mentality. Even when they're 2-0 down, even when they're 3-0 down, you never count them out, because it always feels like they have the potential, they have the ability to get back into the game. It's almost as if their heads don't drop. Like everyone else, right, has a mental hit when you go 1 or 2 goals down. VP, absolutely not. They just feel like they're still 0-0. They feel, in fact, they might even still feel like they're ahead. They just play the same Rocket League.
Yeah, I wish I had the stats on it, because this is all by the vibes here, but I feel like in APAC they are the best team from a deficit. Which obviously is a virtue by the fact that they are the best team in APAC and they do just win the most. But I think we often see them win from a deficit in most of their games that they play against close opponents. Yep. They don't ever seem to particularly worry.
No, and I think not only has this helped them win the APAC region 5 times already, looking for a 6th this weekend, it's what helps them get 11th to 9th in the major. Because so many teams from the smaller regions, they come in and they have that mentality of, okay, if we start losing, we're just going to lose because we're not good enough. VP have never thought that about themselves, like, once. Never have I seen this team just give up on a game. They continue to play. They continue to fight. And Sphinx pulls off plays like that. And how can you not get excited when the youngster is pulling this off?
Where's he came from? Where had he came from there? The flat reset slips it under. And a 1-0 start for Virtus Pro.
Is he really? When you're Sphinx, it just seems to find those gaps. Catalysm went forwards. He kind of faked it out. And then the finish was just so gorgeous. It's Sphinx. Gonna take this one over the top. Looking to get the reset. It's dropped down. Catalysm driving through. And he finds the bottom left-hand corner. Virtus Pro, they might have started slow, but they have fought back inside the first 30 seconds of game number 2. This is more like it from them.
That's so many goals in a row now unanswered. They started 2-0 down. They ended that game 3-2. They're already 2-0 up. 5 goals in a row, and Kino Trope have found nothing from it. Sosa, I'm going to find my Maxu here. Realize chasing down Catalysm, can't find it. That's saved on the line. It could be a chance for Furlash, but he misses the touch. Chance wasted once again. Catalysm will get the clear away. And a one-on-one against Mashu. Can he make the save? No, he cannot!
Catalysm, that is gorgeous. Over the top, taking it through, faking out the flick. See you later, Max. You pick me up a hot dog from the shops if you're going. And Virtus Pro, 3-0 up inside the first minute. This could be a cricket score.
It could just be. If it keeps going like this, who knows how high it will go. Keenertrope, they have some high-scoring games, and there's some high-scoring games against them as well. They were a very flip-floppy team in that regard. It feels like a high-scoring one against them right now. 3-0 already. Virtus Pro show no signs of stopping. Good save there by Spinks. They're just freestyling on them. Catalysm going to win that one. That's end up field. He has low boost, but they don't need to know that. Touch pass one will be caught by Furlash out to the side. Here comes Spinks. Max shoot. He's out one. He's also going to play it safe. He's already off the ceiling, diving down for that ball. That's a big demo, but the shot's wide. It's a travesty.
Oh, and that's realised as well, isn't it? You've got to score that if you want to be putting the boots to Virtus Pro. They're not going to be stressed if you miss open nets, and I still blame Gex. Catalysm trying to find the bottom right-hand corner, not able to. An opportunity for a double touch. That was absolutely fired off the backboard. Sosa tries to find the bottom left corner. He's not been on the goal scoring so far. This time he is. It's 4-0.
4-0, and 2 minutes have only gone by. Oh, Keenertrope. You got a long game ahead of you here if it keeps up like this. A game one which was really close has turned to a game two where it's absolute domination. It's embarrassment on the field. It's 5-0 now.
Sam isn't till later, boys. Surely we can't go to Brazil this early. Surely not. But with 3 minutes left, it's 5-0 to VP. Oh my goodness gracious. This... I mean, do you want to go back to talking about Aldi again, Boyo? I don't know. I don't know what's happening here. This really feels rough. The ball across the middle. That's finally a save coming through from Furlash. Catalysm will try and keep up with the play. He will drop it down. Furlash might have overextended. Spinks doesn't have any boost. He's gone for the fake. Good save by Furlash on the back lines. But Catalysm, you know, if he'd hit the backboard properly rather than hit the crossbar, he probably gets a goal there. But it's still 5-0 with half the game gone.
Sosa to Kata. Sosa off the ceiling. Can they get a touch on it? No, it's realised. A clear away and down the other end. It Spinks now from the corner to stall for some time. I mean, all they have to do is not let in 5 goals. They have just let in 1 after Spinks loses possession in front of net. But I mean, surely they don't concede 4 more.
Stranger things have happened. Have they? I'm sure they have somewhere. Just not in Rocket League. Just not in Apac this season. Sosa off the right-hand side. Wants to extend back to a 5-goal lead. He's not going to find it. Keenertrope, I mean, you know, with 1 goal, they find confidence. They suddenly find a rhythm. And then we're talking about a different game. But it just normally takes more than 1 or 2 opportunities to get through the Virtus Pro defense. Sosa over the top. Furlash gets dunked. But he does enough to make a save. Sosa not able to find a goal there. Ball into the middle from Catalysm. Waiting is the Canadian. And get your sunglasses ready, boyo. We're going on a trip.
Oh, we're going on a trip to Brazil for sure. He should wait in their centre. It's an easy goal to find. It's a stat padding game. Looking better for tomorrow to give me some more stats to think about how good they are, because that's what it's going to end up being. Kick-off goes the way of Spinks here. And off the ceiling he'll go. The pass is there for Catalysm now, and come to Brazil, they say. We've already arrived.
Oh, I think this might actually be my first Brazil casted on stream that has happened this whole season. So that's exciting for me. It's not very exciting for Keenertrope, unfortunately, but it's a pleasure to be here, you know. Nice sandy beaches of Rio de Janeiro. Lovely to be a part of it. The problem is, Virtus Pro don't care about the meme. They care about scoring goals. They've got one language, and that is Rocket League. And an attempted psycho there. Virtus Pro having fun with it. They're in free play.
goal number
Free
8.
play.
Oh, no!
The chance here. Surely the
There we
finish.
go.
There it is. We're back from Brazil. Back to Apac. Sphinx. His hat-trick is locked in.
Well, Virtus Pro, this is the most goals they've scored in a game this event. They had a 7-2 victory over Jungle Juicers just yesterday in the group stage, but that had now been beaten. If they want to get the most goals scored in an individual game of any team, they have to get 9, because Movistar Koi beat Blue Torch 9-0 in game 1 of their series. So they've still got work to do to get the most goals scored of an individual team in a game this event. But I mean, they're pretty close.
This is it. Okay. I was going to say, this split, because I could have sworn Movistar Koi, they took down someone, I think it was Verstappen actually. Didn't they take down like 11 something?
Yeah, something like that. But I mean,
Anyway, you know, we
come back. Did I hear a comeback coming?
We're in Barcelona now. You know, we've gone from Rio. You come back to APAC. We've now flown over to Barcelona. Lovely weather, I believe, at the moment.
Oh, we've left Barcelona.
And then all of a
Didn't take
sudden we're
long.
back in APAC. Okay. 5 goals for Castleism. This is ridiculous.
Oh, man. I'd hate to be Kino Stroke, but now
Good.
9-2. It's yeah, man, this is awesome.
Yeah, so talk to me a bit more about Aldi North and Aldi South. Like
well.
how did that all come about?
I wish I could tell you. I mean, I'm sure they just get it split up. Maybe because of the APAC North, APAC South thing there, they wanted to get both Aldis more involved in the region, or probably not.
Okay.
It's probably more of an issue of dispute. Either way, I mean, this is probably going to be our longest use of the day just because of this game alone. Thanks to the double flip reset upfield, almost gets a third one, but won't get the goal out of it. Honestly, Virtus Pro kind of disappointed they haven't scored 10 yet.
Yeah, you can hear the
never
football
mind.
chanting already. We want
there we
10!
go.
And 10 is delivered. Sphinx. Sorry, he didn't have his hat-trick before that. He does now. 3 goals on the board for him. Double digits. The scoreboard can barely contain the scoreline. And, yeah, this is... I'm running out of words. I'm running out of energy. I'm running out of everything. This is an absolute
it's fine, because
bullying.
goal number 11's on the way. Look at that pass in centre.
is.
Sosa to Sphinx.
Sure is.
It's into the bottom corner. It's 11-2. It's a 9-goal differential. Can we make it to 12-2? Place your bets in chat.
What do we even do? What do we even say here? This is absolutely ridiculous. I feel like, you know, bringing out the Simpsons meme where, you know, he's already dead kind of vibes. Like, it's just beating a dead horse right now. They're looking for 12. They don't care. Sosa over the top. Oh, the pre-jump doesn't come through. Catalysm.
I mean, surely keep it up at 0 seconds. Surely they keep it
Surely.
up. Oh, another goal. We need to keep going. I'm so happy they get to do another kickoff. I was really hoping we would get kickoff number 15. Thank you, Furlash, for giving us it. I was really worried otherwise we'd miss it out. Because you know what happens on kickoff 15? The exact same as everything bloody else this game.
Yeah. Oh, the ball's kept up. Realise he's going to let that one drop. Okay. So what feels like just took place over the space of about a full best of 7 series has just been one game, folks. 14 goals on the board. And Virtus Pro win. 11.
How did no one get 1,000? Wait. How have they got 11 free and no one broke 1k? That's insane in itself.
That is insane in itself. 3 hat-tricks across the board. Catalysm, Sosa and Sphinx all getting into the action. I mean, it's just a ridiculous number of shots as well. Trying to do the math. 22 shots from Virtus Pro to the 7 shots from Keenanthrope. Over 3 times the number of shots in the game. Boyo, what have we just seen?
I don't know. I don't really want to watch it anymore. I'm happy to just move
No, me
on.
neither. Yeah, can we just watch the highlights and get this going? The highlights package is going to take a whole game.
Realistically, Keenanthrope should call a timeout now. I mean, there's never been a better time in the history of Rocket League Esports to call a timeout, but they might just not care.
Well, I
past them.
I wonder if they were actually taking the final minute of that game as a timeout, like just not playing properly, discussing things, not coming really, and just kind of trying to talk things through, because that can happen. At the end of the day, you're 10-2 down. Why wouldn't you? They're surely talking through things. Maybe there is a timeout coming. Maybe there isn't. If there isn't, There isn't. Oh god, this.
Okay, Ryan, we've got to look on the
could get
positives
messy.
here, right? Okay. So far, every single game played, Keener Troop have scored more goals against Virtus Pro. They got 2 in game 1. They got 3 in game 2.
Okay.
All they got to do this time is they score 4 and they might win. They just have to not concede 11.
They have to not concede 11, which I think is the
seems like
bigger
a
point here.
Honestly, I feel like if you gave me 100 games against like Virtus, if you gave like me, you and Gex 100 games against Virtus Pro, I feel like in one of them they wouldn't concede 11.
Okay.
So like, I'm sure they can do. They're a lot better than us. I'm sure they can not concede 11 for a game or so.
And what did we agree that team name was again?
I got asked the question. I
didn't.
told us we weren't a team because I was too good for you guys.
I did see that, yeah. And the sad thing is I can't even argue with it. Like it just is a fact. But we'll have to figure that out at some point. For now, we are watching a bullying, a stomping, a beating. It's pretty brutal. But the scoreline right now is 0-0 after a whole minute. So the likelihood of going to 10 is very quickly dissipating, and Keener Trope have scored their first goal.
I told you, 4 on the trot, it's on its way. They finally find one after 11 free scoreline. Keener Trope have found the lead, everybody. It's a big moment here. But what more can they do?
The statistics have just been posted in our group chat for this broadcast for Game 2, and I just can't stop looking at them. Like, every single time I look, there's something new. Sphinx, backboard, double. That's what he does. And Virtus Pro back level in a matter of seconds.
Look at the power on that touch there. He's launched that to the back wall, and Hatchu and Burlash both go for the touch. Both cannot make it. 90 seconds gone, and it's 1-1.
I've seen someone in chat say, imagine Keener Trope scores 12 now. I might retire. That might be it for me.
Keener Trope scores 12. I think Virtus Pro have to legally just let them win the series.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think we can make that an agreement for sure. I don't think it's going to happen though. Sosa gets a second, and oh no, the goals are starting to flow again. Boyo, they're starting to get their groove again. 10 seconds between goals.
You know what they say, Virtus Pro never get 3 in game number 3. They can only get 2. The prophecy says it. You know, Keener Trope would never concede. They would never concede 20 goals in the series against Virtus Pro. So they can't start conceding now, you know? Oh no.
No. Catalysm, what is this touch? Watch this again. Sosa off the corner. What is that? That is ridiculous. A redirect onto the crossbar. It might have gone in. It didn't. Sphinx finishes off. And suddenly, vibes from Game 2 are starting to come back. And they're not good vibes if you're a Keener Trope fan.
Oh, I mean, certainly not. So what was it? 11 goals in Game 2, 3 goals in Game 1. So that's 14. Plus the 3 from this one. That's 17. I mean, surely they don't get 20 in the series. That would be a 5 goal per game average.
Yeah, nah, surely. Sure, I mean, couldn't do that, could you? Max you over on the right-hand side, getting bumped off the play, so Catalysm sends it back downfield. I will say, right, to bring some semblance of sense back to what is happening here, just as I'm about to, it looks like Virtus Pro are just going to go ahead and score again.
Yeah.
Sure.
Awesome.
Anyway, what the point I was trying to make is, and it's a point we've made in previous opens, VP do not care how many goals they're winning by. At no point do they look at the scoreboard and go, okay, we're up by 3. Let's just stop scoring. No. They will score over and over and over again, as they proved in that previous game. They are unrelenting. They do not let up. Yeah, okay, they go into free play mode every now and again. But the funny thing is, their free play mode, most of the stuff that they actually try works. Most of the stuff they actually try, they hit. And that is devastating for teams that are trying to play sensible reading Rocket League, and you're just pulling out all of these tricks and flicks. Virtus Pro continue to batter their opponent's goal line, and they just score loads of goals every single time they get into this flow. It's so scary to watch. They're on 4 right now. There's still 2 minutes. It would not surprise me if we had another Brazil by the end of this game.
You say they keep just scoring when they, like, you know, even though they're winning and stuff like that. Can they stop though? It's just making it take a while.
Can they stop?
I want to go eat my lunch. Like,
Honestly.
I've got a Rustler's burger waiting in the fridge. I want to eat my slop.
Oh my goodness, that is slop as well. If any of you know what he's, I know what he's talking about. That is outrageous from you. Not going. Rustler's very much feels like a. It's a uni food for me. Like I had them when I was studying, and then after that I never touched them again. I hope that's the same with you, but we'll see.
That's what I mean. I'm not asking for much here. I'm asking to eat some slop, but they're not even giving me that. They're not even feeding me the slop.
Well, yeah. I mean, a bad game sometimes
feels like they're going to get another goal, possibly. I don't get it yet.
Yeah, Furlash is going to get this clear, and goes low. Nice play. There's always a third man though, and Virtus Pro able to clear their lines and get that second clearance as well. Furlash keeps possession, brings it around, goes low again, gets a bump. The follow through just isn't quick enough. As Realize goes for a shot, it's off the crossbar. Sosa makes a save, and Sphinx can bring it away. Okay, so I am actually going to be surprised as it turns out. I was expecting a Brazil by the end of the game. It doesn't look like it's happening. Kinotrope have managed to settle and stop the onslaught. Doesn't mean they've managed to stop the game going in the favor of VP, though, as it still looks like it will.
Now with 20 seconds left, I don't think the comeback will be happening for Kinotrope, but I mean, maybe they'll survive another goal going in their net. Maybe they'll survive it being 5-1. That'll be a good achievement for this game, because the way it's been going, it's not looking good. I love this Kinotrope team, so I hate that I'm having to just be so harsh on them. This has been awful.
I mean, obviously,
okay,
go on.
They bring it down to air for a second. Of course, being Virtus Pro been great here, and obviously they have a lot to earn from this one. This is a big match for them in the sense of this is major qualification. This is World's qualification. This is to be like the definitive best team in Apac in the point total, no matter what happens for the rest of the season. So it does matter a lot for them in that regard. But come on, guys, give it a rest.
Honestly, like just make it interesting. Do you know what I mean? Just like lose a game, see what happens. You know, try something new. It's just the boring same thing over and over again. Kinotrope, they raced out to a 1-0 lead, but once they got that 1-0 lead, it really just... They weren't able to kick on. They weren't able to get any more, really, like they were in Game 1. I want to bring this back to Game 1, by the way, because, boyo, we saw that Game 1. We were like, oh, boy, we've got a series. 3-2 to Virtus Pro. Kinotrope unable, really, to do much wrong in that game. They forced Virtus Pro to get those overarching plays that were difficult to save by any team, let alone Kinotrope. And then Game 2 happened and the soul got sucked out of my body. Not that it existed in the first place.
I'm going to ask you a really important question coming into this next game right now.
Okay.
So for Game 4, no timeout has been called, and I understand why.
Yeah.
That's the 6 goals over 6.5. Sorry, over or under. What are you going for goals scored?
Total, both teams.
6.5 total. I'll go both teams. I'll go combined 6.5 over under.
Over. Let's go.
Over.
Easy.
I think that's a fair one. I think that's quite easy what I gave you there, to be honest.
Yeah, I think so as well. If you'd gone like 8.5, I might have had to consider it. But 6.5, it just feels like it's going to be over every day of the week.
Now, the next question for you. Out of the 3 games we played so far, what's been your favourite of the 18 goals? by Virtus Pro alone? That's not including the extra, what was that? 6 that was scored by Kinotrope.
Oh, yeah, of course it is 6. Yeah, yeah. I really liked that Catalysm redirect onto the crossbar finished off by Sphinx. I thought that was excellent. Oh, actually, the Sphinx play where he steals the ball from Catalysm on the left-hand wall, gets the reset, goes beyond the defenders. That was a really nice one. I think that was in Game 2. Trying to think of any others. Those are the 2 big ones for me.
Those
are the 2 ones for me. What about you?
Honestly, I can't remember them. I don't care. I'm at the point, I'm just waiting for it to end. I'm just waiting for Virtus Pro to get another 6 goals in this game alone and move on with our lives, because that's how it feels. Love this team, but I don't love how much they want to score. Now to decide it will go. And a shot onto net early on. It will be saved on the line, but with Sphinx out to the corner now, it's realised to Furlash. He's been one of my best Apac players, but it's just not showing it today. What can they do tomorrow? I'm already asking myself, as Realize ends up to his own back wall. I mean, Virtus Pro has been so good. In all seriousness, I need to move on, and I have enjoyed watching Virtus Pro just be insane. Ooh. And Keener Trope have these moments of greatness. It's been fun to watch in that regard. It just is so heartbreaking every single time where something like this will happen, where Realize will get a great goal to start things off, and then it will all come crumbling down. Very disheartening to watch, but very, very impressed.
Yeah, it feels like that is going to be the case. It turns out that Keener Trope did take the timeout before game. Okay.
Ah, we missed that one.
We missed that one. So
this should be their best chance. They've had the timeout. They've had Coach Homie telling them, don't worry about the last 18 goals. This is your game.
You know what? That is so funny that we didn't actually realize that. The reason why is because the highlights package took so long. It still felt like it was a normal break. Like that must be the reasoning, because the ball played across here, and Keener Trope, they've been 1-0 up in multiple games this series. The fact of the matter is they've never been able to push on. There is Sphinx into the bottom right-hand corner. And you just get the feeling that the barrage is starting to kick off now.
Means a goal for Sphinx, and it's 1-1, 90 seconds to go. Oh, well, you know what time it is. Now, I want to move on to a different thing. I've just saw a taken chat. Realizes the Apac version of K-Dop, Sosa and Catalysm are target versions of Turbo. Sphinx and Malaysian Zen. Then he just got bored and went Furlash and Neymar and Max was like Ibrahimovic. I think he just ran out of Rocket League players that he knows, but
yeah,
I think he just named every Rocket League player he knows. I don't think any of it makes sense except maybe the Sphinx one.
Yeah, I think the Sphinx one I back. Maxiu being like Ibrahimovic, I think, is one of the craziest, like, outrageous shouts I've ever heard. He just isn't. Like, there just is no to that one. But yeah, I mean, yeah, Sphinx being the Malaysian Zen. Yeah, I can back that. You got one right. As this one comes across, Furlash now getting back on board, and Virtus Pro. Normally the system goes, Keener Trope go up, then Virtus Pro come back, they equalize, and then they go on to win. Keener Trope have found a goal, and maybe we actually have to lock in a bit here, Boyo.
I do. It has been the best scoreline for Keener Trope since game number 1. Can they keep it up and take a game? If they take a game this series, what a funny scoreline it would be. Either way, Realize the pass on down, going to be caught by Match. Furlash backflip in the midfield. Catalysm takes control. He's got upfield presence from Sphinx. The pass is there to Sosa. Carried by Furlash and sent it again. Realize to save. A chance. Developing once again for Virtus Pro. Furlash to find the clearance on now. Around the corner, it will be attempted by Sosa. Can he find a touch from anyone else? No, not quite yet. Here's Sphinx. He'll send it high. Bumped away with no one else to help him. Instead, Catalysm. Where did he come from? I could not tell you. But he 1v2s right there in front of net. And it's a fantastic goal.
We might not be able to tell you where he came from, but we can tell you where he went. He drove straight into the ball. Top left-hand corner. VP equalised once again. And there is a little bit of depression going on in the back lines as Gex yelled in our chats, take a game, my prediction. That prediction is looking less and less likely as VP, they take the lead with 2 minutes left to go.
3-2. I thought there was hope. I thought there was a chance for a game win for Keener Trope.
Not quite. Maxiu over the top, looking to get the equalizer. It's going to be picked up by Catalysm down the left-hand side. Cleared here by Sosa. Picked up by Furlash, trying to turn the corner. Can't get much done. Sosa doesn't have a lot of boost. Still gets past two players. Wave dash forwards, but lands awkward. It's a nice idea from Sosa, you know.
Realize told the young one of Furlash to move over. He just bumps him out of the way and he scores. I cannot fault it. He said, Furlash, move. I want to play. And him and Maxu, the two old men, they get a goal. 3-3.
Got a question for you, Boyer. How does Maxu not score there?
He just missed. He didn't feel like it. Didn't want to.
Okay. Alright, fair enough.
Yeah, basically.
chance at the pass, and Sosa finishes.
What a perfect
well.
pass. What a perfect pass, man. It's so frustrating to have trying to get a good seed out of this, because what a fantastic pass that was from Catalysm and Sosa. You're just not saving that in that position.
No, you are not. And again, the wherewithal, like very few APAC region teams have that wherewithal to go, oh, I'm not going to take the shot at this angle, which is unlikely to go in. I'm going to find a pass into the middle. Like the communication is just on another level from VP. It continues to prove that way. Ball now over on that far side, off the backboard. Pinched middle. Cleared away. Sphinx trying to get the challenge. Realize up the left-hand side. Looking now to find the pass across field. It's a demo play.
No.
It's a nice demo onto Catalysm. They don't make it work though. 55 seconds. Virtus.pro currently winning the series and locking in their Raleigh appearance. They need to keep this scoreline for the next 44 seconds, and you'd be hard-pressed to argue that they will lose out.
Lash sending it upfield, denied, caught by Realize. Keener Trope trying to find anything again, perhaps would be ideal, but it's Sphinx to ruin the chances once again. 30 seconds to go, and a 5-3 score for Virtus.pro.
Well, we had one good series today. That was fun. Remember that?
Yeah, it was fun.
That was fun. Max Yu, left-hand side. Through to Furlash. 20 seconds remain. Max Yu has got a pass middle if he can find it, but recovery is coming through from VP, aiming to snipe the bottom corner. Catalysm with the clearance and will follow his clearance through. Max Yu gets bumped off the play. With 4 seconds remaining, Sphinx, no way. If he'd scored that, I mean, we would have just run around the street screaming, but didn't happen. It is indeed over. Virtus.pro take game number 4. They sweep aside Keener-Trope. I mean, Boyo, I've got to know, is there anything positive to take from a Keener-Trope outlook?
No. What I can say, and I'm happy to announce it now, is that officially, with this win, Virtus.pro will be the APAC representative for the Raleigh Major and the Leon World Championship. So huge congratulations to Virtus.pro. It sounded like we could have hated the team of Cast in that match. It was just hard to watch them just be so good, but it was really, really impressive. And I can't lie, Virtus.pro so deserving of being the APAC representative. They'll be at Raleigh. They'll be at the World Championship, and now we're going to see, can they go 6 for 6? It looks likely with how they're playing now, but my oh my, what a showing.
You know, the funny thing is, right, we on the cast, we kind of started to talk about other things and give a little bit of fluff. In Split 1, we absolutely would have just hyped up every single goal there, but because Virtus.pro have shown time and time again that this is just the expected level, this is the standard, it's not interesting anymore because we just go, oh, Virtus.pro winning again. Yeah, game is the game, I'm sure. Yeah, we just move on. Like, it doesn't make sense. They are on another level, proving it there today. Fantastic work from them. Amazing play.
Well, all they've got to do now is go for the 6P. With that said, though, it's not all doom and gloom just yet, of course. I've got, of course, the day to end up on. We'll bring Gates back very, very soon. But Keener-Trope aren't out. You know, we've talked about them being all doom and gloom, and there's nothing good to say about them, but that was just one series. I do think they can bounce back really, really well. I do think they still have a chance in the lower bracket to have a good showing here. But, I mean, Gex, welcome back. How was your, honestly, longest photo of all time to watch there?
Right? I was like, wow, I'm actually gonna get off here fairly early. I'm gonna get an early night. It's time for rest so that I can get our grand final on tomorrow. But no, they decided to have a 14-goal game in which nobody broke 1,000 points.
It's insane.
What?
Yeah.
How does that happen?
Just good teamwork. They were all working equally hard.
Are you all bad? I don't understand. Oh, no, an excellent lock in there, though. I mean, if you're going to have a statement series to prove why you are repping a region, it's going to be taking on one of the other top 4 teams in the region and absolutely dominating. It is without question that Virtus Pro are the representative that we should be sending to this major, that we should be sending to Worlds, and that is what they've got. It's our best chance at some really amazing representation out there. Like they said, Sphinx, the Zen of Apac. I think it's fair to send him off.
Oh, I mean, 100%. And there wasn't a better series to show why they should be the APAC representative than that one. I mean, this is against our 3rd, maybe 4th place team in APAC, and they didn't really break a sweat. We saw them in last event go 4-0 in the grand final against Movistar Koi, the 2nd best team in APAC. Like, they're really just showing that they deserve to be there.
Well, there you go. Tomorrow is set in stone. At least our first series, Verstappen versus Kindertrope and Zen Esports versus DreamStation will be your first 2 on match. The winners of those will take on Movistar Koi and Virtus Pro, respectively, as well. That's going to be the tough one to pass. I think everybody was ready for Kindertrope to be able to come up against Movistar Koi. That wasn't really the look-in we got from that last series, but does the fact it was Virtus Pro instead, does that shift the opinion there for you, Rhino?
No, I don't think it does. I really don't. I think Kindertrope are very much still considered to be one of the top 4 teams in this region. I do have to say, as from a personal point of view, I'd love to see that Kindertrope versus DreamStation game at the end of this season. Like, just cement a 3rd and a 4th place in the region. Just really determine who it is that is currently on top in those 2 teams. Because I see them right now as 2 very evenly matched sides. Even though Kindertrope just walked away with a pretty horrible loss to Virtus Pro, I still think they'd give DreamStation a great game, and I'd love to see it.
So what Rhino is calling for is a Kindertrope versus DreamStation grand final to end off the... That would be maybe the most idealistic ending to the season. And if nothing else mattered, make it had Kindertrope DreamStation grand final, but yeah, I mean, Gex.
Well,
we've got a play of the day coming up.
Play of the day, yeah. This is going to be the greatest goal of all time here for Apac for sure. Look at this. Alex, absolutely defensive powerhouse underneath that. How does Batter score that? How is that possible? Unbelievable.
What a choice for play of the day. I mean,
just crazy stuff.
I mean,
why you gotta do my boys like that, Prod?
Yeah.
Why you gotta do my boys like that? Alex is so
we had to target the fins
clowning on him.
just to really drive that point home for you right now. I'm so sorry.
Heartbreaking. Heartbreaking.
Well, unlucky. Anyway, we have, as we said, our top 6. We have our top 6. We looked at the bracket already, and we know our match is coming on up. But we talked, and I've talked before many times, that I think that Koi are not making the grand final. That's my a big prediction coming into it. Be honest, guys. Looking into tomorrow, is it going to be another Koi v Virtus Pro grand final?
Yes.
Yeah.
I want it to be. I want it to be something else. I want it to be the matchup of our dreams. I want it to be Kindertrope in that grand final, but I don't think that they looked as good today. I think they need to be just that little step better than they were last time they came onto Movistar Koi there, and I don't see it. I would love it to be the case. I'm going to call it a close series regardless, but look, guys, last closing statements. We've got a day ahead of us. It is our last day tomorrow, so what are you guys looking forward to?
I'm looking forward to some not 24-goal series. I'm looking for some closer, more exciting series to watch. I think DreamStation versus Zen is going to be a good one. Verstappen versus Kindertrope could be a really, really good one there as well. I'm excited to see if we can have Virtus Pro go for the 6 in a row. I'm just excited for tomorrow. It's our last event, our last stream of the whole region of this year.
It is. It's going to be sad. I'm excited to see Kindertrope actually get out of bed tomorrow. That's going to be an exciting one for me. I can't wait to see them actually take to the field and play some Rocket League, because it didn't look like they did today. But hey, excited for tomorrow. Should be a good day.
Yeah, well, let's hope you guys at home get excited as well. We'll send it off here. Thank you for joining us. Follow us on those socials down below at Gexcast, at BoyerRL, and at RhinoCast11 if you want to keep up to date with APAC and Rocket League as a whole. And, of course, a big shout out to Tesseract Esports for the production again today. We will see you tomorrow for the last of APAC for the season. Let's send it off with a bang, and we will see you then. Catch you on the other side.